అవును. కరెక్ట్. Good morning, sir. I think Dean sir has also joined. Sir, I think Murthy sir has also joined. Yet to see him on screen. Yet to see him on screen, sir.
Sound
I have joined. Yeah.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir,
Good morning. Good
Dean
morning.
sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good
Yeah,
morning.
Mohan sir, good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, sir, good morning, sir. Director, sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Balakrishna, sir, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Sir,
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Welcome, sir. Sir, another 2-3 minutes. Shall we start, sir?
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll just give the instructions. Some of them have joined. Maybe I'll give them the instructions and then we will start the program, sir.
Okay.
I'll take 2 minutes to just give them the general instructions and then we will start, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, Mohanty sir, shall I proceed with the instructions, sir?
Yes, please start.
Okay.
Sir,
Okay.
Yeah, Mohan sir joined, no? Yeah. Good morning, sir. Okay.
Sir, sir, Dean, sir, I'll start with the instructions and then I'll proceed, sir.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good morning to all and welcome to this 2-day webinar on responding to COVID-19, school education and its stakeholders. We will be starting this webinar shortly. Meanwhile, I thought of setting the ground with a few ground rules. I request all participants to kindly keep your audio muted and avoid presenting. Please post your questions in the chat box, and we will take up the questions at the end of the session for the technical session. And even otherwise, whatever you wanted to communicate, please post it in the chat box. We also request you to stay through the 2 days and fill up the feedback form, which we will be posting on the second day. Okay, so you please wait for the link and then fill up the feedback form, after which we will be able to give you certificates for participation. Okay, we see that all speakers of the day are connected and the dignitaries have arrived, and it's time for us to start the program. I welcome you once again for this 2-day webinar, which is on the COVID-19, that is responding to COVID-19, school education and its stakeholders. This particular webinar is sponsored by Azim Premji University, and this is part of the major project. So we will now have the inaugural session, and in the inaugural session, it will be for another an hour or so. So I request all of you to get tuned to this session. First, we will have the welcome address, followed by the other dignitaries' talk. Professor Mohanty, head of the Department of Sociology, has always been a motivating leader, and he has been a great source of strength for us, and also specifically in organizing this webinar. Professor Mohanty is a distinguished sociologist and is a well-known figure among the Indian sociologists. His impressive work on agrarian sociology, and particularly on suicides, has placed him on a notable position among the international sociologists. He has occupied important positions in the Indian Sociological Society, and currently he edits the Indian Sociological Bulletin. And sir, we are very happy that you are here, and may I request you now to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna, for your kind words. Good morning, everybody. Esteemed dignitaries,
Good morning, sir.
Respected delegates and resource persons, my dear colleagues from my department and other departments of Pondicherry University, research scholars, students, and friends. I am happy to share here that our department has organized 3 webinars within the last few months. And the first 2 webinars were organized by Professor Ghulam K. Dastagir. One was international and the other one was national. And this is the 3rd webinar in the series, which is being organized by Dr. Aruna. And all these webinars, we have received a kind of overwhelming response. And like other 2 webinars, this webinar is also very timely, and the topic also is quite appropriate, having social and policy relevance. And all of us know that this ongoing pandemic is the biggest crisis of our times, and it has disrupted and affected every area of our sociocultural and economic life, and all sectors of economy and society is being affected by this, and particularly the health and education sector. And educational sector has a kind of prolonged and a kind of long-term impact, and more particularly the school education. And now that we have all, in response to this crisis, we have all shifted to the virtual teaching, and the face-to-face teaching is not there now. And in today's teaching learning kind of activities, we are actually using laptop, desktop, smartphones, internet connections. These are now the integral part of our teaching learning practices. And at the same time also, we are acknowledging the fact that there is a kind of serious kind of inequality inherent in our kind of society, where actually there are some underprivileged or weaker sections, backward sections, they do not have access to these resources. There are children today we have actually seen surrounded by this digital technology since their birth, but there is other section where actually children do not have access to the basic amenities, but still then we have no other alternative but we compel all of them, or we encourage all of them to use this technology or to access these technologies. And in a country like in India, we have a kind of the educational sector is the largest sector, and we have a kind of large section of the student population who are from the rural areas, and where actually the schools do not have the necessary infrastructure and necessary kind of technology which is required for this kind of education. So the students, the parents, and all the stakeholders, they are actually having a kind of serious concern how to address this kind of crisis. And many articles, many kind of write-ups are coming up in the newspapers and various journals discussing and debating all these issues. Recently, UNESCO and UNO also has actually asked to conduct a kind of survey, get the response from various countries and regions to how to address this issue and how to understand better these challenges. Now, actually, it has posed a kind of serious challenge, and as of now, we do not have a kind of clear roadmap or timeline for the school reopening, and the school closure also has led a kind of loss of several months of teaching, and the time factor actually is a kind of serious challenge how to manage the kind of the existing syllabus, and the increased risk of dropouts and decrease in attendance. We have been getting reports and various kind of narratives from different newspapers, and already actually the delay in the preparation of educational operations and impact of, moreover, the impact of social isolation on the mental health of all stakeholders. And many families and parents, they are struggling also to pay the school fees and also to meet the necessary kind of expenses. So there is a kind of serious concern, and all the stakeholders are actually now worried and how to address this issue. And therefore, this webinar is a very timely kind of thing, timely kind of event. And we, so as sociologists, it's a kind of serious issue and core issue, and it commands research priority and commands priority for debate and discussion how best we can understand these challenges and how best we can address these issues. So therefore, this seminar is very timely. I congratulate Dr. Aruna for conceptualizing this theme and organizing this seminar. And I'm sure this will be a kind of very fruitful kind of deliberations, and it will offer many useful useful issues and useful solutions to the existing kind of crisis. So with this brief remark, I will proceed to the pleasant duty of welcoming our guests. First of all, I would like to welcome our Director of Studies, Professor S. Balakrishna, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of this university. To the faculty and students of Pondicherry University, he does not require any introduction, and I must tell you that he is a well-known geologist and a very visionary kind of educationist. And so far, I have seen him. He has been working very hard with our Vice Chancellor to make this university a center of excellence. He is very simple, at the same time very professional and very meticulous. I am very happy that despite his busy schedule, he agreed to preside over this function and share actually his views with us. On the behalf of the Department of Sociology and the behalf of the School of Social Sciences and International Studies, I welcome you, sir. And extend a very hearty welcome. Thank you, sir, for joining us on this occasion. Now I welcome our resource person, who is the inaugural speaker, Professor G. Nagaraju. He is a professor of sociology at the University of Hyderabad. I know him for quite long time. He has visited our department, and he has been working on the area of sociology of education very seriously. And I'm sure his address will be useful and will provide some inputs to understand this crisis and provide some kind of policy prescriptions how to arrest and how to address this situation. Thank you so much, Professor Nagaraju. On behalf of the Department of Sociology and on behalf of the Pondicherry University, I extend you a very warm welcome. I also welcome our Dean, Professor P. Murthy, my old friend and long friend, and he is a kind of a strong supporter of our department and is a well-wisher. He has been supporting our department in all kind of academic endeavors. I extend a very special welcome to you, sir. Then I also welcome my colleague, Professor K. Ghulam Dastagiri, who has been a kind of strong source of support and strong pillar of support for all our academic activities. Recently, he organized 2 webinars. So I welcome him, and also I will take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Aruna, who is the key organizer of this event, and she has been working very hard for the last couple of days to how to make this event grand success and more systematic. And finally, also I welcome all the delegates, resource persons, students, research scholars, and all the colleagues from Pondicherry University and other places. And I am sure your presence will not only be satisfying, but also be meaningful and memorable. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, thank you very much for this very warm welcome and also touching upon all the key points that is required for starting up this webinar. Thank you very much, sir. Now, it's my pleasant duty to also invite our director to give the presidential address. And as sir has already, as Professor Mohanty has already pointed out, you know that he has been a very key person for this university, the development of this university. So, Professor Balakrishnan, Director of Studies, Pondicherry University, has been a guiding force in streamlining the various academic activities of the university and specifically motivating each department to take up the webinars. In all the several meetings that we had here, he has been always insisting and inspiring us to take it up. And not just that, he has been supportive wherever and whenever possible. Thank you very much for that, sir. And he has been an instrumental force in making Pondicherry University digitally equipped even before we experienced this COVID situation. So as soon as we experienced this problem, we were able to gear up for the new situation. Thank you very much for that, sir. And also currently, our university is making all efforts to reach the students in various ways. Thank you for that, sir. And we eagerly await you for the presidential address. Thanks, sir. Now the questions, sir.
Very warm good morning to all the people. Professor B.V. Mohanty, Head of the Department of Sociology, Dr. Ghulam Dastagir, Department of Sociology, and also other colleagues like Dr. Aruna, who is coordinating this seminar, and also we have Dr. Farida and other colleagues of sociology, and also we have faculty colleagues from various other departments participating. You can see Dr. Srikala is also participating in this meeting, and also our resource person, Professor Nagaraju from University of Hyderabad, and also various other research scholars, postdoctoral fellows, and our students, and also other participants, and ladies and gentlemen. So it is a when Dr. Aruna contacted me a couple of weeks ago, then I readily agreed because it is a very important seminar on the important topic. Particularly, she was said we have arranging it on the school aspect. Then I said that is all the more important because the school children are more affected than any other sector of education, higher education. Particularly higher education people, at least they themselves can understand. But school children is an age that they will not be able to grasp the gravity of the situation. So therefore, it is all the more important that the Department of Sociology has organized this theme, which will be more useful than any other thing. Secondly, as a university, the role of the university is not only teaching and conducting research and also generation of new knowledge. It also has an important role in connecting with the society, whether it is for any industrial development or social progress, all aspects. If you see the social development has to take place, then the universities have a important role to play. We have to kind of lead the way. We have to provide the leadership in this direction. And so if we don't do that, then who else will do? Like we can see that any preeminent university, either within our country or abroad, you will see they are involved in all aspects of taking up the social problem. If you see, for example, the vaccines are developed. Who is involved? It is Oxford University in UK. If you see, for example, at various other places, if you see, it is the universities are playing an important role. And similar thing that our India also, unfortunately, after independence, the universities were not given the role that should have been rightfully assigned to them. Now, those days, the policy was that there will be certain departments and certain institutions will be created to serve various aspects, either it is a scientific or industrial or sociological aspects. Some institutions and departments will be created. They will serve. The universities were given only the role of teaching, at the most some research. But today we are facing the situation that our country is not progressing as much as we would have desired because of this role which universities were not given. Okay. So recognizing this, we will see that in the new education policy under the chairmanship of Dr. Kasturi Rangan, which is now articulated well by various forums, and now it is going to play, I think, an important role where the universities are given its rightful role. Universities were given the role to lead the society in various aspects. So that way, it is important that we have to also, another thing also, that nobody is going to give us, that what we have to do. Nobody is going to tell us. It is the university. We ourselves have to assume the role of leadership and take up it is upon ourselves. That this is what we have to do. So that way, I think we are moving in the right direction. And Professor Gurmeet Singh, our respected Vice Chancellor, has also given enough opportunities for all our departments to take the lead, particularly in the time of COVID, to take a lead in various aspects. And our university has conducted almost a webinar every day, by some department or other has been conducting. It has been very vibrant that way. So that is a very heartening thing. And secondly, about this COVID, and this thing, society, now we feel most of us are stressed, including our children. Everybody is stressed. One is because the normal activities that we were doing pre-COVID days, we are not able to do. For example, there will be some function, there will be some get-together. At a family front, you will find some marriages taking place or something taking place. So there will be a family get-togethers, friends get-together. All those things are now missing. So it is affecting all of us, either elders or middle-aged people or children, and maybe more so for children also. So that where there is now the slogan is social distancing is the slogan, but the counterpart also need to be taken into. We need a strong social connect now. Social connectivity is going to be more important now. Either at the same time maintaining social distance. So this is a tricky thing. You have to maintain social distance at the same time you have to connect socially. So that is going to, we have to think ways and means how to keep, maybe through all this various other modern gadgets and other means, how to remain connected with the people. So that is going to be a very important, challenging task where our departments of sociology, social work, they may have to play an important role in teaching the society or in showing the way for the society how to, we should connect, between us. That is the more important. And also this is important because the COVID-19 is not going to go away. I am also telling you because in the March 22nd, when 24th or so, when the lockdown came, we were all, including me, we were believing maybe it is for 3 months, 2 months, 6 months. Okay. Now it is slowly dawning on us that the COVID is going to stay here, maybe for years. Okay. So this we all of us have to accept, although we may not like to accept. And also, I also know that this vaccine and all these things are going to come. So even to have a good vaccine, will take time. It is not. It will take more time than what we hope for. Second is, even if we get a good vaccine, by the time, where how many people will benefit from the vaccine is another, big question. Because the virus also, the strains may keep changing. So today this is there, and tomorrow a different strain comes. The vaccine is meant for a particular strain, and that may not work for a different avatar of the virus. So what do we do? So we have to learn to stay with COVID-19. At the same time, we have to make sure that our activities, education, particularly, other social and economic activities remain, we can say not affected, least affected. We can say that much. With the minimum impact, we should try to carry on these activities, which are essential for, for our civilization. So this is what I can tell. So here again, our social sciences, School of Social Sciences, particularly Sociology Department, has an important role play to make this aware among various segments of the society that how to cope and how to live with the COVID-19, at the same time prosper. So this is a challenging task. I think with this I conclude my kind of address, and I hope a very fruitful session emerges in this next 2 days, and you will have good deliberations and a good outcome, which can be given to the authorities like the Directorate of School Education can be given benefit of whatever the deliberations and the findings of the seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting.
So we're extremely thankful to you for being here and also highlighting the most important points that we need to take care of, and also empathizing with the issues of the general public. I'm sure this emphasis on school education and your pointing out the importance of the, the care that needs to be given, and also connecting it with the national new education policy would definitely, I'm sure, would bring in a lot of discussions, and we would be able to come up with meaningful suggestions to the government and other organizations at the end of the program. Thank you, sir. And you have given us a very good start. We will proceed with that. Thank you, sir, for joining. And now it's time for me to move on to the scope of the webinar. In fact, we have been thinking of organizing this webinar for quite some time, but I think we had an important opportunity now. We are right at the important time to go ahead with the needs of the hour. So I would now move on to the scope of the webinar. This COVID-19 pandemic has brought in unprecedented changes and has turned our life in unimaginable directions. We will eventually settle down, but the trajectory of events and the pace it has hit the education system is something very important. While all other institutions are grappling back, educational institution is still cautiously testing the still waters. So this is something that tells us that this educational institution, cannot enter into the street just like that. We are having several, discussions, agitations, and other things as part of the opening of the school. So this, I'm sure this kind of webinars would give in, some kind of suggestions how to handle the unexpected situations. Well, we also understand this. It has created a major disruption of the education systems in the history and deprives many children of learning opportunities. In India, about 320 million students from pre-primary to tertiary level are affected by school closures, while the reopening of schools are still undecided. The pandemic has forced the education institutions to suspend physical classes and shift to online classes. Schools are still struggling to find ways, and even higher education institutions are struggling to manage the sudden transition to online education while managing the differential needs of students, also reassuring parents, and also assisting teachers to equip. We also need other institutions to support in the process. Well, we also understand that the education is an underutilized resource which has the great potential to bring in major changes in economic aspects as well as societal transformation. Well, our Indian government recognizes the need through the RTI Act 2019, and it also stresses on education for all, relating to access, retention, and achievement of minimum levels of education. So now, with this kind of a pandemic, we are experiencing stress in all of these areas. Well, we also find that this educational attainment is visualized to play a vital role in bringing about desirable individual changes and provide chances for the overall development of the community. In this last few decades, we find that our national literacy levels have improved, but still the literacy rates of scheduled castes, tribes, etc. remain low, and gender gaps continue to dominate across the Indian society. We are really worried if this new situation would even widen the gaps. We have some research which states that, especially Neshiba et al., he identifies the mechanisms through which the social class or economic status might operate. And one of that is the culture of poverty theory, where less value is placed on education. And we also find that lower income and middle class parents are less disposed to participate. A second proposed mechanism is that the working class families have lesser social capital in terms of social networks and skills. In consequence, parents are less equipped to negotiate and deliver on the demands of schooling. And the third proposal involves the institutional barriers. Schools are taken to middle class institutions with their own values. Schools accept involvement of the parents only on their own terms, which is non-negotiable, which I think it's time that we rethink. It highlights the vulnerability of being embedded in a particular class or caste, which requires deliberate effort to overcome the constraints. Coleman indicates that the social capital of parents in terms of social networks, trust, and reciprocity facilitates children's participation in school. He also delineates the family engagement in children's endeavors as a main determinant of educational attainment. So this is one of the important components that we would address in this webinar. And of course, we find that children enjoy from the various relationships, which includes family or the education institutions. So these are considered to be, important. It also has the potential to enhance the personal resource of the individual, such as the self-concept, self-esteem, self-confidence, along with the direct support of educational activities, considered to be an important driving force for the development of children, especially in the academics or education. It also provides the latent investment in, it also emphasizes all these the prepositions. If we find that it provides the investment or emphasis on the investment in social relations that could bring returns with multiplier effect. It provides individuals and collectives with resources, information, and access to various parts of socioeconomic development. We find that the unequal parental social capital may contribute to persistent inequality in educational attainment along the lines of race, ethnicity, social origin, gender, etc. So this task of helping children to learn has shifted primarily to parents, and parental involvement has become crucial in the child's learning process. We find that this attainment of education is a powerful tool for upward social mobility, but disparities in home environment, especially with access to facilities for remote learning, could sharpen inequalities in various social groups. Education is not confined within the classroom, but a strong and dynamic influence prevails between the individual and social environment, comprising primarily of family, neighborhood, and school. The school has certain standardized procedures in dealing with children and education, but families are varied and unequal, especially in the Indian context. The internal structure and dynamics of family, the socioeconomic conditions of the family, the resource position of the parents, including the educational employment status, the associated social network, the parenting style, etc., has an important link towards the educational attainment and performance of children. So we also find that the parents get involved due to the personal, there's a difference in parental involvement due to the personal commitment, contextual motivations, especially from the school, state, teachers, and also children's invitation and school's responsiveness to family variables. Therefore, in the changing situation, how do parents engage and support children's learning? How do inequalities affect the learning opportunities of children? These have become important areas to address. Not just this, we also find peer groups are an important missing link in the chain reaction of the pandemic. Peer groups offer children unique context for learning about themselves and also others, and are defined by reciprocity and a feeling of perceived equality. The establishment of and maintenance of close friendship represent challenging and rewarding endeavors throughout the childhood. And we find that this particular environment is missing during the COVID. In the current situation of physical distancing, children experience the loss of learning from peers, which is crucial to the holistic development. How do we make up for the loss, and how does it affect the learning process? Parents and peer groups include the broader sphere of community, and the peer group enables the socialization, negotiation with the with family, with also with co-students, teachers, etc. And also the cooperation skills of children develop as per the social, as per the group norms, and influence the children's values, norms, learns, etc. We find that this has become a vacuum now. So they have an influencing role on the participation in school, and is also a vital component in the progress of education. Teachers have to adapt also to the new pedagogical concepts and modes of delivery of teaching. And this is the most important challenge right now. We find that the teachers, and we have some speakers also will be addressing this, where we find that they're really struggling with the regular workload, additional workload, and also the personal commitment. And for which all of this, they are they're not yet ready. Ready for the situation. So how all of these would affect education of school children in future, and also of the current set of students. What are the deeper issues that require introspection? So I'm sure this webinars would help us work on all of these and come up with a more specific a program or a policy to address these issues. It is also important to know how the state performs in this particular condition. The state has a major role to play. And we find that now the state is controlling much of the activities that has been taken. So as as an important institution, how is it taking care of the minor aspects that are required, and how are we moving forward? So for all of this, we need more of interaction, discussions, and also vision in the process. So we understand that this webinar would provide us some inputs towards this direction. So this webinar is organized to explore the impact of COVID-19 on education, with a special focus on the stakeholders, which includes the parents, peer group, and teachers. So we expect the speaker's contribution would help us move forward. We have several sub-themes that would be taken up by these speakers, and we look forward for their presentation and interaction discussion from the participant side. So thank you for joining today's program, and I'm sure you would have a good take-home message in the process. So thank you. So I'm sure we can move on. This would give us the required input, and we can move over to the next speaker. I'm really thankful to our dean, Professor Murthy, who has always been a very, very supportive person in the school, and specifically the department, where he had, as directors pointed out, he actually executes whatever the university and the higher authorities have expected us. So he has been a strong supporter in the process, and he's always there readily to support us. And also, he has also been giving us right suggestions and direction while organizing and even otherwise. And as Sir has already mentioned, Professor Murthy is a very amicable person, and also he belongs to the School of Political Science and Department of Political Science, and his specialization on Gandhian studies has provided us various inputs, and he has been a very, very strong academician and great supporter for us. So thank you for being here, and we request you to now to give us the felicitation and your wishes. So maybe
Thank you. Is it okay?
Yes,
Audio is
fine.
okay?
Yes, sir. Audio is
Video audio okay. Yeah, good
Yes,
morning.
both,
Good morning
sir.
to all of you. Namaskar. This is a very great occasion that I am encountering in this school for the last say 3 months. We have been very active. We have been very active. Our school, in fact, led the entire university, I would say. Even my chancellor once told, your school is very leading one in the virtual world. See, we are all facing a very difficult situation. To be or not to be, a situation is like to be or not to be. What should do and what should not be, we should not do. All such things are faced today in this world. You see, COVID-19 is a phenomenon after 100 years of the world, survival, you can say, you are facing such a situation after 100 years. You see, it is our responsibility, especially sociologists, as you know, have more responsibilities. As you all know, sociologists only led the world of history, the world of political science, the world of international relations. It is sociology that led the educational, system of the world. So therefore, we have more responsibility as a sociologist. One way speaking, I am also sociologist. I am also sociologist because I studied a paper called, uh, uh, sociology of peace, how to make peace through sociology. Such kind of studies that I entertained. It was the first of its kind that I studied in way back in 1980s. 1980, 81, I studied sociology of peace. How to make sociology very viable to establish peace order in the society. So therefore, we have more responsibility as sociologists. This particular topic given by the organizers is very important because responding to COVID-19 and school education and its stakeholders, that's very important. Stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? All teachers, all students. You all know India is the largest country having more schools in this world. Primary schools, so many in India. I cannot just imagine so that such number is possible in European countries. Also, the complexity that we face in India is caste system. A system called a caste system. Maybe it's man creation or God creation that we don't want to involve in that. It is a creation of man that created hell of a lot of complexities in the society. You all know us, we are all highly qualified people, scholars, directors, vice chancellors, ministers, all this. We are still not coming out of the clutches. It's a challenging area. And what I'm saying is not a blame. It's a challenging area. Caste system. We are also known as caste-centric society. We are also known as manual scavenging society. See, today in the central page in Hindu newspaper, very great article appeared. Manual scavenging. These are all sociological problems actually. How to come out of these problems? How to train our humankind to come out of all this? It is in June 14th we started a training program through our school, especially sociology department started initiating how to train all the stakeholders to get access to the latest technology, that is mobile technology, smartphone technology, all phones technology, with all the technological know-how. We are now meeting each other and we are trying to address all the issues that we are facing today in this world. The stakeholders, especially the poor students hailing from rural areas, they are finding it very difficult to have access with the latest technology. They are really trailing behind. They are not coping up with. That is one of the reasons why government of India is delaying to open the schools. Even after opening the school, we testified that so many students getting affected and infected, and managing them also very tough. Therefore, the young children, especially the primary school kids, especially the middle school kids, the higher secondary school kids, and they're all facing problems. When we are not even in a position to freely open our university, think about school system in India. So therefore, also they are leading in numbers actually. Most of the students hailing from schools are leading in numbers actually. Millions of school children are affected because they have no access for this latest technology. And poor people are, more than 40% of the rural people, you know, going to the school, they don't have. Even personally speaking, there are so many villages now calling me saying that, sir, our kids are dropping this year because they cannot cope up with. The schools management, the private school people are doing, hell of a lot of problems to the school rural people also. They have to provide a smartphone. Without smartphone, you cannot cope up with the what we call that, the so-called virtual classes. And that is the reason why we are having such topic to be deliberated among sociologists. Sociologists are responsible for, awareness building among, people, the stakeholders. So therefore, this kind of workshop, although very late in, because now the death rate is coming down and the infected people are coming down, and the COVID vaccines also coming up now. People say that by March you have the vaccines, and these are all encouraging trend, of course. Of course, with this all kinds of problems that we are facing, this kind of workshop definitely will help people to have, to take leadership. As you know, the leadership is problem. We are not taking leadership and try to address the issues. More and more people are avoiding problem areas. They are now materially conscious now, profit oriented. Therefore, we have to motivate people to understand about the situations, and accordingly, we have to also make them take leadership and work. And sociology and social work, all other responsibility departments have been working very nicely in our school, and we are the people leading the entire virtual world in our university system. I was told by many our administrators and directors. They said your school is very good. You have been doing very well, leading this virtual world, and that kind of motivation is necessary. And of course, we are getting a lot of motivation from our university, especially Vice Chancellor, and he has been helping us like anything. And I know the organizers today, Professor Mohanji and Aruna and Dastagiri and all, they are very leading, the academicians, and they have been motivating us in the way that leaders also should be motivated. So Vice Chancellor, he cannot do alone. Our director cannot do alone. We people who are, the lower level, the professor, the young researchers, our faculty, they should try to lift. Then only the university will have a name. Therefore, our university is doing well. Our workers are really they are doing very good jobs, and such work has to continue. I feel that this workshop will have a great fruition, and that will in turn motivate the people participating in it to take up the leadership and lead the virtual world. I really welcome this initiative. I congratulate the organizers. I think it will be a successful workshop. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Sir, your wishes gives a lot of happiness, and I'm sure we would take up your suggestions and we would have a good deliberation across. Thank you, sir. Now, to the highlight of the day is the inaugural address by our speaker, Professor Nagaraju from Hyderabad University. He is an authority in this area because he has been working on this area for quite some time. His specialization his research interest relates to the sociology of education, and he's published various books and he has various research projects. In addition, he has been working along with the administration to take over some of the important issues. And his special interests are the underprivileged group. Sir has a greater interest in this area, and I'm sure his expertise would provide the much needed support for this webinar. So we are very happy that you accepted our invitation and you're here to give us share us your knowledge and experience. Thank you for that. And sir has also served in many important positions, the administrative positions, and he is also part of the editorial board of the Sage Publications as well. So thank you for joining, and maybe now have your keynote address.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Good morning to all of you. At the outset, I'm extremely thankful to the Department of Sociology, Pondicherry University, for inviting me to this thought-provoking webinar on responding to COVID-19 school education and its stakeholders. Respected the Pro-Vice Chancellor, respected Dean, respected head of the department, and the organizing secretary of this webinar, Dr. Arna Madam, and Professor Dastagiri, and faculty colleagues from the Department of Sociology, Pondicherry University, and student friends who are joined in this webinar. And also a special thanks to Professor Padma Sarangapani for taking this kind of project along with Professor Aruna. So it gives me immense pleasure to share my thoughts on what is the impact of COVID-19 on school education in general, and what is the nature of response of the stakeholders to the idea of COVID-19. So we are talking about the evolution of the society as the founders of sociology, including August Comte. He talks about the three phases of three phases of society. So I don't want to go in detail, but I would like to just take up my webinar from the perspective of Ulrich Beck, who has used the famous concept called the rise of the risk society. He has published his book, and this article, this concept has gained a lot of significance all over the world. So now the point is that we are talking about this whole question of the COVID-19. One can argue that the COVID has created the universalization of the rich society. That means across the countries and across the cultures, people from the elite culture to the elite culture to the working class cultures, everyone got affected by the COVID. So therefore, the micro species has primarily created a major risk to the entire world. So this is where, friends, one need to understand what is the nature of the relationship between COVID-19 and the culture it has generated. So therefore, this is where we need to understand the fact that the impact of COVID-19 can be understood at two levels, both at the manifest and latent levels. So, from the perspective of the manifest levels, one can say that there one can see the visible implications of COVID-19 from the perspective of the lockdown. Almost all the organizations and industries and institutions were primarily closed down all over the world. So, from the most developed nations like America to the developing countries like Zimbabwe, almost entire world is primarily came to a standstill. So one can say that in a way which is produced by the COVID has led to the globalization of lockdown, which is a very, very rarest of the rare phenomena in the world, wherein, as Ulrich Beck rightly mentioned, that the globe is under risk. The globe is under risk. So given this kind of scenario, so as in the government of India has also declared a lockdown from March 28th onwards. So from March 28th to today, 22nd October, the entire India, almost 1.3 billion population in India are directly or indirectly primarily governed by the idea of the lockdown rules. So we are, the entire society is primarily came to a standstill. The different social institutions are primarily responded to, they were forced to respond to the idea of the COVID-19 and its rules and regulations. So given this kind of scenario, what is the meaning of COVID-19 to the school education, in particular entire education institutions in general? So we're talking about the implications of COVID-19 to the education institutions. One need to understand the idea of implications at four levels. One, the implications for school management, implications for the teachers, implications for children, and implications for the parents. So this is four levels. I would like to articulate my lecture at the four levels. So let us start with the idea of what is the meaning of the lockdown from the perspective of the school management. As our previous speakers, Professor Mahati sir, Professor Aruna madam, and also Professor Balakrishnan sir and Murthy sir, all of them, they mentioned about the different facets of the COVID-19 on the idea of the education in general and school education in particular. But if you go at the deeper level, this whole idea of the schools the whole idea of school got redefined. As one of the famous Scottish scholar by name Sir Henry Newman, who wrote a famous book titled The Idea of University. So way back to 1850s itself. Now in the context of COVID-19, we need to come up with a new idea called the idea of school in the context of COVID-19. So what is the meaning of a school? If you look at the writings of a functionalist scholars like Durkheim, Parsons, and Merton, and most of even the classical Marxist scholars or the neo-Marxist scholars, and also the cultural scholars, including scholars like Pierre Bourdieu, most of them, they try to engage with the idea of school from a different vantage perspective, including the feminist scholars. So, if you look at the methodological approach of this epistemology, that means if you understand the methodology of sociological epistemology produced by the classical as well as the modern sociologists and the idea of the school, one of the threadbare which primarily integrates is that most of the scholars, both the classical and contemporary scholars, are known for accepting the idea of a school. That means, despite of the scholars like, despite of the writings of the Deschooling Society by scholars like Ivan Illich, but the point is that the school, there is no alternative to the school in the modern era. So that means the school has become part of our modern life. So given that kind of scenario, one can imagine the abnormal situation created by the school. That means the entire normal. One can see that the COVID-19 has primarily negated the normalization of the school and the abnormalization of the schooling. So this is where, friends, I would like to just take your attention to the idea that one of the major implications of the schooling from the perspective of the management is that most of the management, by following the advice of the government of India and state governments, immediately closed down all the schools. Both the government and private schools are being closed down from March 20th onwards. But now the important point here is that, but the underlying assumption is that from 1st of April onwards, most of the private school, thus they have started the online classes without the permission of the government. So the important point which need to be let's say understood is that even today the government of India as well as almost all the state governments are primarily they are working with a dilemma whether to open the school or not. So there are so many multiple debates are going on with reference to the opening of the school. But the point is that here most of the private schools have started the opening of the school in the name of the virtual classrooms. So the idea is that the reimagination of the school from the perspective of the virtual class, the absence of school but the presence of the class has become a new normal in the context of post-COVID-19. So this is where one need to also understand the fact that when we're talking about the school from the perspective of the management, the school represents the highest form of diversity and the highest form of complexities. Here, one can classify the schools into two categories. The schools which are under the government sector, the schools are under the private sector. When we talk about the schools are under the government sector, though most of these schools, especially the popular school, the mass schools have primarily closed down from the March 20th itself. But if you go in detail, the schools which are meant for the middle class, these which are run by the government, especially schools like KV, they have been functioning at least from April onwards. So this is where one need to understand the paradox of the state towards the idea of public schooling. So for the public are primarily debarred, or the state has not initiated a new idea of the school, or the new idea of school for the masses. But at the same time, in order to meet the expectations or aspirations of the middle class or the upper class who are part of the state-run schools such as KVs, immediately the state has given a kind of approval to the functioning of the virtual classes. So this is one side of the story from the perspective of public or the public school. So I would like to submit that the public schools are also known for guaranteeing education for the elite and middle class children, not the real public. So the real public is missing from the public schools. So now, when you come to the private schools, as I said, the private school also primarily represents the highest form of diversity. There is a pyramid in the private schools. So when you're talking about the pyramid in the private schools, only the schools wherein the middle class and upper class students they primarily ghost. That means only the elite schools as well as the corporate schools have primarily started functioning from the April onwards. So especially in the form of the virtual classroom. So earlier classroom was primarily restricted only to the four walls of the school, but now the entire domestic space became part of the classroom. That is the domestication of the classroom. This is a new concept which need to be, let's say, worked out. Domestication of the classroom, wherein every home has become a virtual classroom. So now, what are the issues and challenges with this, let's say, with the convergence of home as a classroom? That's a new, let's say, experience altogether. I would like to take up the point from the perspective of the teachers and from the perspective of the parents, teachers, and children. But the point I would like to highlight here is that we're talking about the school management. Most of these schools, wherein almost 50% of the children who belong to the working class background, they sent their children to the schools titled the low-fee private schools. Low-fee private school is a concept used by one of the scholars from, let's say, Britain, by name James Tooley. So the low-fee private schools were primarily closed down. So I would like to submit that here. Well, the survival of the fittest theory is very much applicable in the context of the private school education. So now the immediate question is that, the immediate question which need to be understood is that by starting the virtual classroom, most of the private school managements, they were known for insisting the parents to pay the admission fee. In some of the schools, they force the parents to pay the fee, including the bus charges, including the lift charges, though they are not using the physical school. So the point I am trying to highlight here is that the private schools have evolved the new rules in order to collect the fee. So the point here is that despite all the changing environment, but the parents are forced to pay the huge fees, especially in the elite as well as the corporate schools. So this is the important point which need to be taken into consideration. But how to understand the manifest and latent consequences of the strategies adopted by the school management towards the teachers and the children? So friends, this is where I would like to focus the whole idea of the impact of COVID-19 from the perspective of the teachers. As all of us know that the teachers are the pillars of the schools and schooling. So without teacher, there is no schooling. So therefore, but the point is that as all of us know that despite of the state advocacy of the public schooling, but even today, especially in the southern states, almost 45 to 50% of the schools are primarily owned by the private sector. Almost now the enrollment in the private sector, the schools are day by day is growing. So almost it reached almost 50% in almost all these, let's say, southern states. And this number is also gaining even in different parts of India, including North India. So now the point is that when the private schooling has become a new normal in the post-globalization era, so what are the strategies adopted by the private schools and what are the implications for their teachers? So if you look at the impact of the COVID-19 from the perspective of the teacher, especially the private teacher, one can argue that the private teachers have become the major victims of the COVID-19 and the consequent lockdown. So why they became victims? As all of us know that 60 to 70% of the teachers who are working in the private schools are basically women. So at one level, one can say that there is a feminization of teaching with reference to the private school. At one level, that is a welcome step. At another level, it has its own, drawbacks. So why women are primarily recruited in the private schools? If you go into the sociological debates of this particular feminization of teaching, most of these teachers, especially the women teachers, are paid very less amount. Their salaries are not even 1/10 of are not at least even 1/4 or 1/3 of the private government school teachers. So therefore, as a part of informalization of labor, the women were primarily recruited into the private schools. But the important consequence of the lockdown on the private teachers is that almost 30 to 40% of the private school teachers have lost their jobs. And at least almost 25% of the teachers who are working for a corporate schools, they are primarily kept on hold. Hold means no pay, no work, no pay. No work, no pay policy the private schools are following, especially the corporate schools and elite schools. And third, almost all the private schools, they are primarily paying only 50% of their salary to the private teachers from March 2020 onwards. So the point is that the teacher life is primarily underwent a paradigm shift in the post-19. Important consequence. One of the major important consequence of this, one of the major important consequence of the privatization of the regulations adopted by the private schools is that most of these teachers are pushed towards the informal labor. So informal labor, that means these teachers who lost their jobs, who are on the hold, all of them, they were forced to search for alternative employment opportunities. So, but the point is that they are relatively educated. They were not in a position to get a new jobs in the informal sector, and therefore, I'm sure some of you might have read in the newspapers as well as including the BBC news channels have carried out a special debate on the work conditions of the private school teachers, wherein it primarily observed that at least some 15 to 20% of the teachers who comes from the working class background, they were forced to work as agricultural laborers, work with construction laborers, as a sandal sellers. So they got into all kinds of jobs. Of course, we are as a student of sociology, I'm not trying to demean the idea of a culture of labor. But the point I'm trying to argue is that what is the meaning of higher education and the teaching profession? So this is where I would like to recollect the writings of Jeffrey and Jeffrey, who talks about the idea called the degrees without freedom. So most of the private school teachers, though they have adequate degrees, though we have professional, educational as well as professional qualifications, but because of the COVID-19 impact, all of them, their lives are under crisis. Their lives are under crisis. So therefore, as a student of sociology, we need to understand the worldview of a teacher in the context of COVID-19. So now the important question is that some of the teachers who are unable to cope up with the new challenges, so they were forced to take off their lives. So even yesterday also I read in one of the Telugu news channel paper that so few teachers have committed suicide. That is, so far we are familiar with the idea of the farmer suicide, but now we are forced to see the teachers suicides, especially the private school teachers. They are opting for suicide because they believe in the idea of the dignity of life. So once they feel that they lost the sense of dignity, so they ultimately come to a conclusion that there is no meaning for a life. So they were not in a position to cope up with the new challenges therefore the idea is that the sociological implications of COVID-19 has a short-term and larger consequences for the teaching as well as the teachers. So now the important question is that what is the meaning of a teaching in the context of COVID-19? So when the classroom space has shifted from the school to the virtual classroom, where when every home has become a classroom, what kind of new challenges the teachers have to face, and what kind of strategies they are trying to adopt to cope up with the new challenges given by the school management. So this is where one need to understand the culture of teaching and culture of learning. So we are talking about the culture of teaching, as the ancient Indian education system has primarily evolved a method of mukhamukhi system, that is one-to-one teaching method. So we have continued the same method from ancient India to pre-British India, but only during the British era one can see that there is a bureaucratization of schooling and bureaucratization of teaching. This is the concept used by one of the leading educationists by name Krishna Kumar. So the bureaucratization of schooling was primarily happened during the British. So but it has evolved a new type of let's say techniques of teaching. But the point is that from British time to present time, we are following this modern idea of the teaching with the modern idea of teaching techniques. But the important point is that the COVID-19 has redefined the idea of teaching and redefined the idea of the idea of the space. So now the point is that when a domestic space has become a classroom, what kind of challenges a teacher faces? So the teacher has to find a space in our home, which is primarily meant for a classroom, and the teacher who is not getting a salary for last 6 months or 9 months, she has to invest her off salary in order to buy the teaching aids such as a whiteboard, such as a phone, such as the different types of teaching aids. So now the question is that it has become a new normal for a teacher to invest in their teaching aids. So that is one part of the story. But the most important and challenging part of the story is that the teacher has to learn the new techniques of teaching by learning the digital strategies. So what are the digital strategies? Now they have to learn how to prepare PPT. Of course, how to prepare PPT is not a big deal. But how to share the PPT as a part of the Zoom, as a part of the Google Meet, it has become a big challenge. Yes, all of us know that we are talking about literacy. There are two types of literacy. One is the mainstream, the educational literacy. The second one is the digital literacy. As all of us, though we can handle the smartphone, we can handle the email, but we are not that much equipped to handle the new challenges which are primarily demanded by the new culture of learning. So most of the teachers are forced to learn or adjust themselves as a part of the new culture of learning. So let us accept the fact that they have learned the new culture of learning strategies. But what is the major issue? So the major issue is that now in the pre-COVID era, only the children used to sit in front of the teacher in the four walls of the classroom. But now every parent, both the parents are sitting along with the child. But some of us may think, what is the problem if the parents sit with their children? But the point is that most of the parents, especially in the private school sector, they try to poke their nose into the educational affairs of the teachers. They try to find out a number of problems with the teachers, their teaching abilities, their learning abilities, their teaching strategies. So the point is that now the teachers are under critical scrutiny. The teachers are under surveillance, if I use the concept of David Lyon, a Canadian sociologist. So when the teachers are under surveillance, most of the teachers, they are not in a position to open their mind. So that means the teacher mind is primarily working in a restricted mode. If I use the concept used by Basil Bernstein, the idea of the restricted speech and elaborated speech, here most of the teachers, in order to avoid any controversy or in order to come out of the survival agent, they are trying to opt only the restricted speech as a part of their teaching methodology. So now the question is that teaching is one important task, and going for conducting exams on the online form, another important task, and assessment of the same papers as a part of the online mode is another task. So the point is that now the teachers are under lot of stress. So the point is that, friends, those teachers who are trying to help the teachers, those who want to help the students as well as the parents as well as the management, now they were under lot of turmoil from the perspective of, let's say, from the perspective of the new coping strategies, because when their home became the new normal, they have to evolve a new mechanism to make a balance between the domestic demands as well as the school demands. As most of the teachers are women, they find it is much more challenging for women to make a clever balance between a home, domestic sphere, as well as a knowledge sphere. So this is where, friends, I would like to submit that the teachers are under a lot of crises. So now it's not only that now teaching is under crisis, as well as teachers are under crisis. So my point is that here, though this whole idea of the online learning, online teaching is one of the alternative strategies, but we need to understand what are the limitations and challenges. So now I would like to focus from the perspective of the children. So as a student of sociology of education, I always tend to, let's say, interact with the children who are in my colony. Whenever I ask the children, the first question they told me is that, so sir, initially we enjoyed the lockdown because one can avoid the school. But after April, after May, but the moment schools are open, we are unable to stay back at home. So the simple point they say is that most of the children are missing the school. So why they miss the school? As all of us know that, friends, the school is not a simple space for learning learning ABCD or learning the physics or maths or Tamil or Telugu or English or Hindi or all these things. But school
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nagaraj, sir. Hello. Nagaraj, sir. Sorry, he has lost connectivity, I believe. Nagaraj, sir. Nagaraj, sir. Okay, I think sir has lost connectivity, maybe. So I request now Gulam sir to come over. Sir, Gulam sir, I think Nagaraj sir has lost connectivity. So it's also time. Sir, Nagaraj sir. Sir, yes, sir, please. Sir, you
Yes.
can take time 2 minutes to find up. No problem, sir. Please proceed.
Sure, madam. Thank you. Sorry for. Can you see me, madam?
Yes,
Am I visible?
yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes, sir.
yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So thank you for your suggestion. So one of the important challenges faced by the children is that they are missing the whole idea of the school and schooling because they are not in a they don't want to stay back at the homes. They are missing their friends. They are missing their teachers, and also they're missing their playground. So overall, this whole idea of the schooling, which is a much more let's say encompassing word, encompassing experience, they're missing this whole process. So now the important question, so the important point is that the children, they feel that by going to the schools, they feel that they can overcome this whole idea of the test. So therefore, for children, the going back to school is one of the best let's say experience. Now let me take up the parental point. Then I would like to summarize. So the parents earlier, they used to spend hardly 10% or 20% because all the parents are basically working. They had to go to the work, so they used to spend only limited time. But now most of the parents, they are forced to spend almost 80% of their time towards the education of the children. So the parents are also finding extremely difficult to, let's say, participate in the learning environments of the children. So now, just to summarize the whole thing from the perspective of sociology of education, especially Buddha's perspective, I would like to say that, as Professor Aruna rightly mentioned, she has quoted the experience, the writings of Kalman, but I would like to take the perspective of Buddha when he's talking about the forms of capital, especially the economic capital, cultural capital, and social capital. Here, the economic capital and cultural capital plays an important role. More than 50% of the parents who belong to the working class population, they can't afford to buy a smartphone. So that means 50% of the parents or children are primarily, they are not part, they are other side of the digital divide. So the remaining 50%, those who can afford the smartphone, who are in a position to participate in the online classes here, but all the parents are not equipped with the cultural capital. So that's fair, friends. One need to go beyond the idea of the economic capital, and the cultural capital primarily means that it's not that access to technology is important, but how to use the technology is much more important. That's where Buddha is very much relevant for us. And also, let us assume that we have, let us say, your parents are also, they are equipped with the technological know-hows. But the most important point is that it is the idea of the habitus. What is the family habitus? What is the structure of the family habitus? If the family is conducive, if the parents have conducive environment, then the children are in a position to attend. The children would at least learn something. But if there is a kind of disharmony in the family, we can understand the pathetic conditions of the children. So one of the major outcomes of the COVID-19 is, especially from the perspective of the working class parents and working class children, is that most of the first generation girls who have completed their 8th standard to 10th standard, they were forced to go for child marriages in different parts of rural India. So therefore, what I would like to submit here is that, as Professor Muti so rightly mentioned, that the COVID-19 has a class dimension, it has a gender dimension, it has a caste dimension, it has a Adivasi dimension, because most of the Adivasi children who are in a, let's say, hill areas, they are not in a position to access the online technologies. So therefore, here, as a student of sociology, we need to understand this whole idea of the culture of learning and culture of teaching from the perspective of Piri Buddha's cultural capital theory, which is going to give us a much more meaningful nuances in order to understand this whole, what is the meaning of COVID-19 for different stakeholders. Let me thank you once again. I would like to thank Professor Aruna Madam and all colleagues from the Department of Sociology for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much for a very excellent presentation, and talking from a sociological point of view. You have touched upon varied points which are very, very important, but for due to paucity of time, I'm just moving over. But I'm sure every participant would have enjoyed the talk. Thank you, sir. There is a small change in the schedule now. We thought we would have the technical session. So, but since there is a paucity of time and the speaker is on other important commitment, so we would like to have a special address by Professor Padma Sarangapani. Madam would be giving the lead talk, and she would give a special address. Madam, Professor Padma Sarangapani, she's the chairperson for the Center for Education Innovation and Action Research, Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And we are really extremely proud. Despite her busy schedule, she has accepted our invitation, and it's really nice to have her on board. And Madam is the recipient of the UNESCO of several awards, including the prestigious UNESCO King Hamad bin Zali Khalifa Prize for the ICT education. And Madam has been involved in several projects and international assignments. Madam, we are very, very happy that you joined us, and I'm sorry that we couldn't keep up the time at some juncture. But I think we would like to have you, here at this point of time, and we would listen to you. And I would also like to tell that she is also the recipient of the Commonwealth Academic Fellowship and many other laurels. And as part of professional assignment, she is invited as an expert in the professional teaching, and she's here for us to deliver the special address now. I'm sure the participants would understand and agree with me that we would go by, we would listen to her first and then move on to the technical session. Madam would be presenting would be speaking on right to education and COVID-19, revisiting the role of the state, teachers, and family. Madam, can we have you on this?
Thank you so much. I'm grateful that you have been able to work around your schedule and accommodate my need to restrict the time that I'm available with you. And I truly apologize that I'm not able to be a part of these deliberations that you have planned. The sessions look very interesting, and I look forward to the publication that you will, I hope, bring out from this important seminar. I hope I can speak for about 20 minutes. I hope that will be all right.
Yes,
and,
yes.
Yeah. And if you find that my voice is not clear, please pause and draw my attention to it so that I can make adjustments. So I'm going to share a few ideas that I've been thinking about since the COVID pandemic struck. But these are ideas that I've actually been deliberating on even prior to the COVID, as they relate to the right to education itself and the way in which we have conceptualized this right in the Indian context. These ideas are of particular relevance because, as we are all aware, schools continue to be closed, and we are increasingly looking at the use of ICT as a response. The right to education is a very special right in the Indian context because it is a part of the right to life. And education is deemed as essential for a right to life with dignity. This places the right to education among the most primary basic rights. It's even a precondition for the right to liberty and the right to freedom because it's a part of the right to life, which is probably the first right that the Constitution endows on us as citizens. So it is arguably occupies a very unique place in the rights that the Constitution guarantees to us. And it draws attention to our humanness beyond being biological beings. It draws our attention to the importance of inheriting and forming culture and social and political identity, which are all essential for us to be fully human. Arguably, it's right. This right is within our liberal, democratic, proto multicultural constitution, and it draws its justification primarily from liberal theory. Yet, even liberal theory carries in it a tension with regards the question of authority and responsibility to educate, particularly in relation to compulsory education right. And these are really competing claims between the state and the parent of family on who has the responsibility and the authority to exercise this right. And this is the tension which is the focus of my talk. This tension was recognized way back even by J.S. Mills, who was probably one of the early liberal theorists to articulate the need for a compulsory education act or the need for an education to be compulsorily received by all young people. And you know, liberal theory has in it this tension about what do we do with the rights of the young and how do we prepare them to inherit fully the full political rights that liberal theory endows on all citizens. So I want to draw a little attention to what J.S. Mills and Amy Gutman have to do about it as they discuss this question of justification of educational authority and the justification for multiple educational authorities. Mills primarily approached this problem from Plato. And according to Plato, only the state was justified in having an authority to educate. While on the other hand, Locke favored parental authority to educate. He was in a way distinguishing between parent and church, and he was favoring parents as having the authority to educate children, according parents as having natural rights over children. Mills recognized the need for education of children in order to enjoy and enable liberty, which is the basic argument that Mill is basically making. And he was of the view that both parents and the state have an authority and a responsibility to educate. And he tries to balance the competing authorities of parent and state. In fact, he not only recognizes that both have the authority to educate, but he also makes the argument for why both authorities are essential. And this is the typical Mills argument that we see, that if we give the authority entirely to the state, then there is the danger of the state become authoritarian and on imposing one conception of the good life on all its citizenry, which is not desirable in liberal theory, because liberal theory basically wants multiple versions of the good life to be realized by people, and is also deeply suspicious of a state having too much authority, because then it imposes its version of the good life on everybody, and this is contrary to liberal theory itself. So Mills recognizes that the state needs to have an authority, because after all, aims of education are also social. And the state ensures that the liberal imagination of the state is reproduced through education. But on the other hand, he also recognizes that parents are necessary in order both to check the excessive authoritarian imposition of the state's authority and vision of education over children, and at the same time also recognizing that parents need to invest in developing the identities and individuality of children. But at the same time, the state needs to check the tendency of parents to reproduce their own prejudices in children and induct children into their notion of the good life instead of giving children the right to choose as and when they become ready to exercise their political liberties. And so Mill's argument basically is the need to balance between the authority of the state and the authority of parents in educating children. And along with the idea of the authority is the idea of responsibility to educate. And in this case also, Mills balances the responsibility of to educate between the state and parents. Now, Amy Gutman basically develops this idea of competing authorities to educate. And I want us to just dwell a little bit on this idea of an authority to educate. What does it mean to have authority to educate? That means you have the right to create the system, define the aims, the provisioning, the manner of provisioning, and so on. You have the right to decide for somebody else. And in the context of education, the idea of authority is especially important because we don't believe that children have the right to make these decisions, right? Somebody makes the decision on behalf of children. And Mill's argument is that this authority needs to be shared between the state and parents. Amy Gutman, in her work, Education and Democracy, develops this argument of the need for a fine balance of competing authorities in educating children. She recognizes that the state's claim on educational authority is based on the requirement that education must be social and individuals must learn how to identify what is good for them and also what is good for the state. The parents' authority comes from the assumption that parents have natural rights and they can safeguard the welfare of their children. And so the state's claim on authority is partially justified, but the parents' claim on authority also is partially justified because neither of them has complete authority over this particular question. And Amy Gutman points out that being a free person also means that you have the freedom to have children, and along with that comes the right to nurture and work towards the fulfillment of your desires for children. So there's a natural authority that parents do have on children. So while this balance is there, Amy Gutman introduces into the question of competing authorities a third dimension in this triangle. She recognizes the need for the involvement of professional educators over and above the state and the parent as also having a role in authority to educate. Now, from where does this argument come from? She points out that parents have the parents may have a tendency to acculturate children into their own notion of the good life. The state, on the other hand, as Mills point out, may also have the tendency to become authoritarian and not recognize the versions of the good life that parents want to pursue. Amy Gutman positions professional educators, that means teachers, as people who are professionally qualified, whose chief concern is the development of children themselves. And they draw their authority from their professional expertise. And teachers, this third triangle in the competing authorities to educate, act in the space of the school. So she constructs the problem of authority to educate as a triangular competing authorities between the state and the parent, which are like classically argued by liberal theorists. And into this, she adds the need for professional educators who act from the interests of children out of their knowledge and deep understanding of children's development and children's needs. So they're like protectors of children's rights. Now, when we look at the right to education in India, it was first operationalized in the Free and Compulsory Schooling Act of 2009. And when we examine the right to see what does this right recognize as legitimate educational authorities, we notice that this right is interpreted primarily through the lens of a state schooling system. It does the responsibility and authority to educate of state, parents, and professional educators are defined and delineated in relation to the school as the institutional site for the realization of the right. This is important for us to recognize because the right to education is basically operationalized only through this institution called school. And it is basically a free and compulsory schooling act, which the right has been translated into. Now, this schooling system is basically a state schooling system. Yes, it has private schools, it has government funded schools, it has aided schools, but they are all a part of the state's imagination of the schooling system. And the right is to be realized through this schooling system. There is limited recognition in this right for the educational authority of parents. At most, the right gives parents the choice of school, and it gives parents a role in the school development committee. If you look at how the right operationalizes the professional educator, the right recognizes the need for qualified teachers, but not necessarily as professional authorities. It is more as in the nature of being a part of the delivery system and not as an independent authority with attendant responsibilities. And this is important for us to recognize because as the right actually unfolds into the Compulsory Schooling Act, the three authorities then acquire very differential kind of agency to act towards the achievement of holistic education for children. The Act makes the school a physical site, and this physical site is very central in the realization of the Act, and it is the material manifestation of the state. Its description of the necessary provisioning and treatment of children evoke its intent to ensure equality and dignity in the experience of school. Definitely the right does that. It spells out in detail the kind of infrastructure should be provided, the kind of experiences that children should have. So basically the right does have this notion that children should experience dignity in the school, they should experience equality in the school, but it's very centered around this physical structure called the school. The question of what children receive as education, what skills and capabilities, what values should be nurtured, all these take the form of the national curriculum. And this again is decided by the state through some agency recognized by the state. The what of education therefore also derives from the state's claim to its educational authority. And the right and the act basically delineates how the state will execute its responsibility to ensuring educational authority. So the right to education basically in the Indian context is largely conceptualizes the state's authority and the state's responsibility to educate. Parental educational authority is very minimally invoked and imagined. And at best, it is where children will be educated. But in what their children will be educated, how long they will be educated, when they will enter school, all these things are taken away from parents. And these are basically the state making decisions about all these matters. So, and at best, if a parent wants to exercise any choice or any input on the question of what their children will be educated in, it's in this minimal way of privately choosing a school which might offer a slightly different curriculum. And that's the limited minimal role that the state is handing over to students. But let's pause and think, what does it mean to have the right to education? And when we read it into right to life with dignity, it basically means that education should ensure, so this right to life with dignity requires education and the transmission of language and culture and the formation of personal identity. And all these things very importantly take place in the space of the family. So when I say family, I really mean primary caregivers. And I recognize fully that in the Indian context, the primary caregiver may even extend into a local community. It may be an extended family. So I'm really using parent, family, and primary caregiver somewhat interchangeably in what follows. Now, being educable in relation to school learning assumes that there will be caregivers in the place of the family. And it also expects that the family will ensure full engagement with what the school can offer as an institution. Even basic things like coming to school on time, bringing the right books, doing the homework. So the functioning of the school depends and assumes that something is going to happen in the space of the home and in the space of the primary caregivers. And all of us who have been teachers of young children know that even securing children's interest, attention, perseverance, and learning, which are such important attributes for success in schooling, all this thing that Nagraj was calling cultural capital basically draws from the cultural capital that the home gives to children. And we know that what goes on in the space of the home directly contributes to the achievement of educational aims of the school. In fact, families often support the acquisition of foundational literacy and even in learning outcomes. This is well documented in sociological literature. Moreover, this family contributes to achieving many important aims of education, such as all-round development, skills of productive work, collaboration, self-confidence, sense of personhood, desire to strive. All these are very important educational aims. And we know that the family is central in ensuring the achievement of these educational aims. In fact, families even act to ensure that children will succeed in life with dignity, especially when children experience failure in school. Who is coming in to then ensure that that failure is converted into some form of experience of dignity and self-efficacy? We're centrally dependent on the family for doing these things. So we can clearly see that even though the right to education is centrally envisioned around a school, there's an assumption that all these things are going to happen at home. So even though we are not giving the authority to educate formally to parents and the right to education, effectively, if the success of school requires responsibilities to be executed on the side of the family. Now, of course, you will all point out and say, look, family is not a liberal space. Most families are illiberal. We all know about gender discrimination and a whole kind of things that arise from the space of the family. We're also aware that poverty and other kinds of deprivations in the space of family make the cultural capital inherited by children so unequal. So you might ask this question, when I'm pointing out the centrality of family for the success for school, and also pointing out the importance of the work which is done in the family in order for even the school to succeed. Am I not willy-nilly to the space of formal education, a space which is both undemocratic, illiberal, and highly variable in terms of the resources that it can provide? I fully recognize that. At the same time, the absence of it directly impacts on school. So even while we may agree that there's problem about giving educational authority to the family in this formal sense, because the state has really no control then over the space of the family, yet if we do not recognize what goes on in the family as essential for the realization of the right to education, I feel we are missing an important part of the jigsaw puzzle that basically builds this landscape of what does it mean to succeed in school through schooling and how is it achieved. In fact, the condition that we find ourselves today on account of COVID, it makes this formal recognition of the family imperative. School as a physical site is now closed. But does that mean that as a society, we are not interested in children's right to education, even if the physical space of the school is closed? The most visible form in which this right to education we are attempting to answer is by using ICT. But even here we realize that without the family pitching in and playing a role, even the ability of IC to achieve education is actually next to impossible. In other words, even the provisioning of education is becoming privatized into the place of the family. So I think that while we recognize that there are problems that we are inviting into conceptual, both for conceptualization as well as policy, when we begin to accord formal authority to parents in the questions of right to education, we realize that without doing it, we are basically not going to succeed in fully recognizing all that it takes in order to operationalize and achieve this right. And therefore, I think the COVID situation more than anything else exposes us for the need to formally acknowledge this right. In fact, in the absence, it does seem that we will be heavily dependent on family. Maybe with older children, the ICT systems are going to work. But when we go down the ladder and look at younger children, we realize even more the dependence on family. And whatever stories you will hear about success of teachers in the situation with young children is only where they have been able to establish collaborative relationships with family and caregivers in order to achieve aims of education. In fact, some states and some people are even asking that maybe we should declare this as a 0 year as far as COVID is concerned, because school as a physical site is unable to function. But is it really possible for us to conceptualize a 0 year for our children? Just think about the disastrous consequences it will have if we stop educational activities. I don't mean schooling activities. I'm talking about educational activities. Just think how disastrous it will be if we don't continue to do this. Children will not experience meaningful purposiveness in life as a part of their daily routine. They will not have a sense of purpose and a feeling of growth with expectation about the future. The feeling of being attended to and people giving attention to you is so essential for holistic growth. And we cannot wait for solutions of schooling to function in order to give these things to our children. We really cannot stand by and allow our children to experience either passivity, becoming consumers of content of technology, wasting time, arbitrary interaction. Can we really allow our children to experience these things while the physical site of the school remains closed? I mean, obviously not. It will have very damaging experience, consequences for children's sense of self, sense of dignity, and holistic sense of personhood. I think our current conceptualization of the right to education is excessively focused on the school. And therefore, all our solutions are again going back to the space of the school and figuring out how to make the school function. In fact, what we have done is instrumentalize the home, converting the home into a support for the school, rather than thinking what is the education that rightfully should take place in the space of the home, which is distinctive from and complementary to the work that happens in the school. Right now, what are we trying to do? We're trying to convert our parents into teachers instead of enabling them to be parent educators and not become teachers. So I feel that because our imagination of education is so holistic, so excessively focused on schooling, we have forgotten about all the important educational things that need to happen through parenting and the space of the home. Now this, and even if teachers have to act in this particular time, we will have to come up with collaborative work that teachers can do with parents at home, and not convert parents into teachers, but enable parents to do what they should do and complement the work that teachers need to do as professional educators. And I think that the future growth of both our response to the current context of COVID as well as post-COVID, if we begin to think about these questions more seriously, I feel we will come up with thinking about education which is more holistic and acknowledges the authority of parents to educate. Certainly, this means that parents may need more time. In fact, fully working parents are not finding themselves with time to address the needs of their children. And probably state policy should think, how do we free up parent time to enable them to attend to children? Maybe we need to give an allowance to all parents so that they don't have to work in order to earn their keep and they're able to do educational work for their children. Maybe we also need to think about ways in which the space of the family, children can be integrated into productive work that can happen in the space of the family itself, so that they experience a lot of the life skill learning, which is very important and possible to do during this period. And certainly, in the as professional educators, those of us who are involved with the business of thinking about how to provide education to children, we should be thinking about how we collaborate with parents. Maybe we should use technology to work with parents and together design and offer experiences that meaningfully involve parents and children and the local micro context in order to continue to achieve educational purposes and aims. And the state, through its policy, must think about how to remove impediments that prevent parents from playing this kind of role in the upbringing of their children. In the present circumstances, the site of the home is the only viable educational site. And if we want to continue to realize the right to education during this period, and we must also ensure that miseducation does not take place during this period. It's not only realizing the right to education, but also the right against miseducation that needs to be guaranteed in this period. We will have to think about the space of the home much more seriously as a part of our educational imagination. And this will have positive consequences, not only for what we're able to do now, but also offers us new ways of thinking about what we can do in the post-COVID period, which hopefully will come to an end sooner, if not later. Thank you.
Madam, thank you very much for a very excellent presentation. In fact, we were enlightened much. I'm sure the participants would share my views that you have given a very, very detailed picture about the right to education and also its impact on stakeholders and how we need to really rethink as to how the parents can support, or the parents would play an integral role in the school, in the children's education. Thank you, Madam. We are really happy and
Can you have some
that you
question?
could be with us.
Aruna,
Yes,
can we have
sir,
some
yes.
question?
Sir, is it okay? Or maybe a question, and then we will wind up the inaugural session. Okay, sir, please proceed, sir, please.
Okay, Professor Sarangapani, I have actually one or two pertinent questions which I feel may be inappropriate for you. But the kind of theoretical formulation you made in the beginning, that the three agents, the competing authorities, parents, state, and teachers. I actually wonder how these are kind of competing authorities and how can we treat them as kind of exclusive agents. And when the state is there, how can we think that the parents could be a kind of competing authority with the state? And it's not that parents are a kind of homogeneous kind of groups. There are different varieties of parents, privileged, underprivileged, and they do not have any kind of sense of education. There are parents. And the other important thing is that you are completely undermining the authority of market. And authority of the market, here actually you are highlighting that. And also the role of the private kind of agencies, the kind of education we are going to impart, that is largely decided by not by state. It is by the private agency. They are the competing authorities. They are competing with the state. For example, CC plus education, that was decided by not by the state, by the private agencies. Now it is being actually taught at the school level. But actually, we have to also take into account the role of market, the authority of the market, and the authority of the corporate agencies and private sector. That is actually, I think, it needs to be incorporated. I don't know, it may be inappropriate. I feel that I should bring it to your notice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that point, Dr. Mohanty. I think you're absolutely right about the market. But before I come to the question of market, and I have a particular formulation that I would like to offer with how we think about the market in this. I do want to point out that yes, parents come with very differential kinds of abilities and contributions, but that's just a part of the liberal state and democracy. The kind of both the differences and inequalities are a part of the structure of the democratic polity. And we may argue, and that is in fact the argument that Mills make on why we need compulsory state intervention, so that we are able to address some of the differential ability to provide of parental differences. But parental differences is not only in the form of economic resources, and it is also differences of preferences. We have different values, different ways in which we want life to be lived. And these are all what we want to propagate in our children, isn't it? We want our next generation to inherit our values. And this is the role that parents bring in. And Mills recognizes that as a part of the desire to replicate the next generation, we do have an authority in doing that. And no state can take away this authority from parents. Of the right to reproduce personal identities, cultural identities, very much come from the space of the home. In fact, even political theorists such as Pradeep Bhargav and others point out that we cannot construct robust identities only from political identity. We have to recognize cultural identity and socialization that takes place in the place of the home as very essential. In fact, that's the primary identity on which everything else works. But liberal theory wants us to keep our minds open to the possibilities that we move out of primary identities that are given to us. And we learn to exercise choices other than those that the state has, that the family has given to us. And that's actually why the education is so essential in liberal theorization. We don't want parents to completely determine the next generation. We want the next generation to acquire the ability to exercise its own choices of self-determination. So that's the reason why we need this fine balance of competing authorities between the state and the parent to realize a liberal polity and democracy. So I think it's a very valuable insight that we cannot ever achieve the latter without the former. That is, this primary identity which is formed at the home is so essential for confident person formation, which even gives you the ability to give it up later on. But that's the core of identity formation and identity theory itself. So I think, that's a more complex argument, and I'm happy to share with you a couple of essays that explore this idea more. But I do believe that there's an important insight in this whole theory of identity formation and centrality to the realization of even liberal polity. With regards to market, you're absolutely right. And I feel that this is a problem, that the parental space of authority has been reduced to exercising choices in a market. And this is part of the state's design. The market is actually grown out of the state's authority. And it is a very reduced way in which parental authority is able to exercise today. So I can only choose between what the market is offering me. And that's as limited as my parental authority is. But it's not true that the market completely is free to offer whatever it likes. The state regulates the market. Especially in the matter of education of young children, there's a lot of regulation that the state can do, maybe does not do well. But the state retains authority to regulate the market, and nothing prevents the state from restricting the market from doing X, Y, or Z. Yeah. So I would say that when we look at the market, I think it's very important for us to recognize how the market has altered the nature of parental authorities and how it is now masquerading as parental authority to educate. It's masquerading as the parental right, that I have the right to choose between the solutions that the market provides me. But if you ask me, that's really not the liberal imagination of parental authority and to educate. Yeah, it is some other form. And so the entry and the presence of the market is something that, yes, we need to think about a lot more, theorize a lot more, and from the liberal point of view, be able to examine it much more closely. And also see how the market is not really acting as a third independent entity. It's very often supported and expressing itself through the agency of the state itself. And I think that's something for us to think about. But yes, especially in polities like India, the presence of the market and its distortions and its effects are very important for us to think about, certainly.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I'm sure there are also a few more queries. I think we would take it up. Maybe we will send it to you across later. Thank you so much for sharing your time and experience. And I'm sure we will have another occasion to discuss more about it. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining. And now I think we have come to the end of the inaugural session. So I request Professor Gulam Dastakar to give the vote of thanks. I would also like to say a few words with regard to our very affectionate colleague, Professor Gulam Dastakar. He is one of a distinguished scholar and who makes our department very proud with his very notable research and publications. So thank you for all that. And you are always being a ready reckoner for any kind of need and support. So it's a pleasure that you are here with us to express our vote of thanks. And I think you are the fitting person to express our sincere thanks to all the speakers and the participants for this inaugural session. So please, may I have you on board? Yes.
Thank you very much, madam, for giving me this pleasant opportunity. In fact, expressing thanks is perhaps one of the best moments in anybody's life. And I am really privileged to take up this role of expressing gratitude to all those dignitaries and delegates and participants who are making this webinar as a grand event which is ongoing. I, at the outset, would like to express our wholehearted gratitude on the behalf of the department and on my personal behalf to our Honorable Director, Professor Balakrishnan sir, who has been a guiding spirit for all of us, to all the entire university, to each and every department. And I am sure that every faculty of this university will vouch this fact that Professor Balakrishnan has been a great source of inspiration and direction that leads the university despite various predicaments which are brought through even this global pandemic. We are very much grateful to you, sir, for the great message that you have given to us, that COVID-19 is not something to do away with, but something we need to put up with. And the social acceptance that the society needs to develop and the school education needs to develop, well articulated by you, sir. That's a great point for all of us to really reflect upon. Thank you so much for your great support and time, sir. Thank you very much. I take this opportunity, in fact, to thank our own leader, the Dean of School of Social Sciences. When the School of Social Sciences was to respond to this COVID-19 situation, our Dean has been very, very vibrant and instrumental in converting the entire scenario online. And he has been part of various WhatsApp groups and kind of all webinars. And then he made all the departments to cope up with the situation. And that's how, sir, today he spoke about the presence of social inequality being reproduced by the COVID-19 impact. We are very much grateful to you, sir. On behalf of the Department of Sociology and on my personal behalf, I would like to express our sincere thanks to you, sir, for your special address. And we have amidst us the chief guest of the occasion. In fact, though the theme of the seminar itself to the conventional cliches, shackles of the classical mode of articulation, Professor Nagaraj, in fact, as I really predicted, has thank you so much, sir, for really gratifying our hopes. Thank you so much for your wonderful oration, giving all kind of greater analysis, placing the entire theme of discussion embedded into the contemporary discourse. And sir, really, you have given all the key inputs for debating and discussing in the entire 2 days. I suppose the 2 days may not be sufficient for all those aspects of the correlation between COVID-19 and school education, which Professor Nagaraj has outlined. We may have to go for, I suppose we may have to go for another webinar to do so. Thank you, Professor, for this oration. Thank you very much for your time and participation and keeping up with the friendship with the Department of Sociology. Thank you so much. And this is also our very, very special thanks to Professor Padma Madam, who has come in as a special address to this webinar. Madam has put in the aspects of rights into discussion and made us to understand how the COVID-19 situation is a bigger challenge in terms of thinking about these rights of education. In fact, Madam has also indicated the dichotomy that we see. The COVID-19 has shown the dichotomy between schooling and education. Although deschooling by Illich has been something which is known, all the sociologists have been speaking about the primacy of socialization that comes through the schooling. And in fact, what has happened is something like the nuclear family is now to bear the brunt of the COVID-19 situation, like it started responding to the COVID situation like a joint family, where I suppose in the joint family system, to teach, the music teacher comes home to teach the children, the Prohit or priest comes home to teach children about the spiritual aspects. So like that, the teachers are coming online to school, to the family, and it is like familial schooling or school as a family, or now it is family as the school. Thank you very much, madam, for giving us this wonderful thought and the idea of the linkage between various actors and agencies. Thank you so much, madam, for your articulation. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to one of the greatest leaders, I would suppose, in my hope and assumption. He is a wonderful visionary, a great personality, such a kind human, and a great academician. I read all of us in the Department of Sociology, each and every faculty takes it as a pride to call that we are the colleagues of this person. That's such a tall academician, but very humble person, articulating the needs and expressions and aspirations of the underprivileged, marginalized people, minorities, and all those who are under poverty and etc. That is Professor Mohanty. I am personally thankful to him because of his efforts today I am able to participate in this webinar. As Professor Nagaraju rightly said, teachers are social victims. But this victimization, somebody will be there to bring out from this victimization, and that is there we have the great activist, the great catalyst, and the great leader with us. I am very proud to say that Professor Mohanty is always there to help us. He is giving another golden period under his headship. The Department of Sociology is witnessing another golden period, which we had in the six years of headship. Again, I'm very, very happy. Professor Mohanty is such a great person, and we are very proud to work under his headship. Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful thought and support for this webinar. I would like to take this opportunity now to congratulate Dr. Aruna Madam for coming up with this webinar. In fact, it is a very timely kind of a thinking that we need to articulate on this, and this has to be spoken in terms of even post-COVID situations. And Madam has really thought out this kind of a platform in Sociology Department to bring this kind of a webinar to happen. And she is giving that laurel to the Department of Sociology, and she is always active and very vibrant academician, as everybody knows this. And thank you, Madam, for your wonderful creation and a great laurel to the department. I take this opportunity also to thank all the delegates and dignitaries. In fact, many of the times we see people speaking about the corona warriors, the police, the doctors, the sanitary workers, all are cherished as COVID warriors. But I would say it is the teachers. Teachers are COVID warriors, because so far in none of the academic staff college programs or any training programs have not been given to the teachers as to how to cope up with online kind of modes of virtual teaching. Despite any kind of orientation, despite any kind of training, they have responded to the situation. As Professor Nagaraj rightly pointed out, the risks of the risk society have become not only global risk society, but also globalizing risk because of COVID-19. And that globalizing risk has been responded by social reflexivity by the teaching and the student community, not only in India, but all over the world, which is a point which needs to be appreciated. And I would like to thank all the great teachers who are the corona warriors, who have given the great needed hope to the young generation and giving life again to the young minds. Thank you, teachers, for all this. I would like to take this opportunity to the entire organizing team of the dedicated and hard work made by Professor Parida, Pradeep Kumar Parida, Dr. Mansi, and Dr. Imti for the hard work they have put in organizing this webinar. And because of that, we are able to have this session today. And I am very personally thankful to Dr. Ganesh, the Assistant Professor of Sociology of Tagore Arts College, for his very great support and inputs into this organizing. And I would like to thank each and every person, particularly the CC, the Computer Center, for providing this online support to us and the administrative staff. Above all, I would like to also express our sincere thanks to the Ajim Premji Foundation for giving the necessary funding for organizing this webinar. Thank you very much, my dear students and scholars, for being with us. Let us have a great day. Let me also congratulate all these resource persons and thank them for giving their time and academic insights to make this webinar a grand success. Thank you very much, one and all. Thank you.
So thank you very much once again from my side for giving such a heartfelt thanks, which we really, all of us really wanted to give. You have represented us very well. Thank you, sir. And with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I would like to thank each and every speaker and speaker of this day who have been who had given their time and effort to make this inaugural function a grand success and a starting point for the two-day webinar. It has been really a pleasant experience to be here. I'm sure and all the participants who have joined would enjoy a very good discussion. So with that, we would end. I would say that we would be ending this inaugural session, and we would immediately move on to the technical session. There was a small delay in the inaugural session, but I'm sure it has really given its fruits because we had lengthy interactions. And thank you all for that. And let's move on to the next session, that is a technical session. Please stay on. We have wonderful speakers, and this session we will have 3 speakers. We have Professor Tathaswami Palta Singh. We have Madam Ankur Madan, and we also have Mrs. Pachiyamma. So we will have 3 speakers for this technical session, and this particular session we will have Professor Parida, Dr. Parida, who will be the discussant, and each speaker will have 20 minutes to speak, and after the speakers speak, we will have the question answer session. But I also leave it to Dr. Pradeep Kumar Parida to continue the way he would like, whether to have the question answer sessions immediately or later. We will have the first speaker as as Professor Tathaswami Palta Singh. She is also a very, very distinguished speaker, and she's currently the head Department of Sociology, Sambalpur University, Odisha. And her research interests are centered on sociology of education, gender studies, and gerontology. And she has undertaken substantial responsibilities at the state and national level, especially delegated by MHRD, NUPA, and NCRT. And she's a member of she is a member of the management committee of the Indian Sociological Society currently, and she also has several projects to her credit. And she has a number of publications, and she's also in the process of editing a number of books from very reputed publications like Sage. So, Madam, we are very thankful to you for accepting our invitation. And Madam will be speaking on school education during COVID-19, responses and preparedness. So I'll introduce the first speaker now, and soon after that, we will have the next speaker, Madam Ankur Madan, and I would also like to introduce you to her at the end of Madam Palta Singh's, Madam Tathaswami's lecture. I also would like to introduce Professor Dr. Parida, who has been a very, very supportive, wonderful colleague for our department. Dr. Parida has been working on sociology of disaster, and he has been an authority in this area for quite some time. And sir, we are very thankful to you to be here, that you have accepted to be here as a discussant. Thank you, and please proceed on with that. So now may I invite Madam Tathaswami Palta Singh to have a presentation. Madam, we welcome you.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Aruna, for the invitation. I'm really grateful to Pondicherry University and Sociology Department for inviting me for such an important webinar, and my esteemed colleagues and all the dignitaries and delegates who are participating in this webinar. And this is a very timely theme which has been thought of regarding this webinar during this crucial time of COVID-19. The topic of my deliberation is school education during COVID-19, responses and preparedness. In fact, I will be highlighting mostly on the current pandemic situation and how the education sector as a whole is affected, and particularly the adverse impact on the primary education has been influenced. And I will also talk about the various challenges, despite some of the so-called positive impacts because of accessibility and less time-consuming issues, etc. But there are huge challenges which is being confronted during this COVID-19 pandemic situation. So my presentation will be centered basically on some kind of factual issues, because my previous speakers have elaborated on different theoretical perspectives. So mine is something which is the current situation we are confronting on, the practical issues which is being very, very challenging for accessing this online education. And I'll also be highlighting the kind of preparedness during this situation, whether we will be able to cope with this situation to give education to our school children. So basically, Professor Padma had started from the right to education, and right to education, in fact, it's based on a neoliberal framework where actually speaking all the children of India from 6 to 14 years age group are entitled for free and compulsory education. And there are many issues, actually speaking, the right to education has discussed, and there is a requirement of a fixed student teacher ratio, and it also applies to all the states except Jammu and Kashmir. 25% reservation for economically disadvantaged communities in admissions, improvement in quality education, and requirement of adequate professional degree for the teachers, and school infrastructure to be improved in the stipulated time frame, etc. It was framed in the year 2009 and implemented finally in the year 2010, but many of these goals are yet to be achieved. So, in fact, actually speaking, this pre-pandemic scenario also would have, analyzed critically the right to education implementation part. Then probably it could have been easier. Since actually speaking, that RT has not been formulated properly now, in fact, this critical situation, we are facing much more problems than expected. So, and then, in fact, there is a huge expectations from the RT, but this has been, not been implemented properly. And I will be contextualizing with this RT and what are the aims and goals. And because of non-fulfillment of these targets, this pandemic situation, we are facing a lot of problems. And I'll be giving the context in which we are living, and which affected the all educational levels, starting from higher secondary and primary education. All the education level of all education is being drastically affected, and all educational institutions were closed in India from March, tentatively it was 12th March onwards. And the government of India, actually speaking, had ordered a nationwide lockdown from 24th March 2020 onwards because of this COVID-19 lockdown. And in fact, it was basically when the confirmed positive coronavirus cases in India was nearly 500, this lockdown was seriously taken into consideration. And actually speaking, it is also closure and suspension of all educational training, research institutions, school educations, and all the institutions related to education were closed. And school closures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic have shed light on numerous issues and challenges affecting access to education, further impacting on broader socioeconomic issues. So globally, ours is Indian context. We can say that ours is one of the largest educational system, and which cover about 1.4 million schools, 993 universities, 39.93 colleges, and 10,725 standalone institutions as per AICC report. Many schools and within the country have switched to online classes due to lockdown, but unfortunately, every four students is unable to be connected because they don't have access to a laptop or a tablet or even a smartphone. And this also has created enormous problems. And COVID-19 also has affected millions of people. Nearly 4.5 million worldwide has been affected. By June 2020, it is more now. And more than 90% of the total world student population has been drastically affected. Now the percentage has been raised a bit because once online and other mode of teaching process has started, so therefore it has been raised a bit. But in fact, initially it had affected 90% of the total world student population. So it's a serious issue as far as education is concerned, and it has affected about 120 crores of the students. And in India, more than 32 crores of students have been affected by the various restrictions and the nationwide lockdown. As per the UNESCO report, 14 crores of primary and 13 crores of secondary students are affected, which are mostly these two levels of education are badly affected. And classes and examinations have been suspended. Students everywhere in intermediate state facing an uncertain present and a more uncertain future. As a part of the nationwide lockdown, all educational institutions are closed, and And all the learners include, they range from school-going children to university students, and they are also very badly affected. But however, I just want to, I will highlight on the digital divisions, how it has created more imbalances and what exactly the government is planning to do and whether we are prepared or not. Actually speaking, there is a high expectation from this kind of digital introducing digital education, online education, that it can integrate into mainstream education, and digital education is likely to be integrated into mainstream education and will enable inclusive education by facilitating learning across diverse geographies in India. And it also enable to rethink the conventional mode of education. Digital education appears to be a viable solution to fill in the emptiness for classroom education while minimizing the chances of any infection to students until the classes resume. More importantly, it has also brought the previously peripheral issues of digital education in India, because it was never there in the prime importance. Now it has come to the center stage. And of course, there is no physical boundary. Digital learning has many cases that all of them can attend the classes without commuting from home, and it can be cost effective because students don't have to travel, teachers don't have to travel, and both can attend the classes in at their comfort zone. So despite this, it has not been easy. COVID-19 has forced universities, colleges, schools across the world and India and the world, especially in India, to suspend physical classrooms, and this transition has been smooth for most of the private universities where they have more resources, and the public institutions, government institutions are still struggling to cope with the situation. While the faculty grapples with new ways of managing the students' transition to online education, students are left clinging onto their mobile phones, those who have. So if the situation were to continue for some more time, what would be the educational scenario in the future? That's a matter of concern. And it is also, technology is very glaringly being divided, and it can also be limiting, especially in India where basic access is a challenge. Not every student has a computer or a fast streaming internet at home. This leads to issues with attendance and participation in online sessions. A survey was conducted by IIT Kanpur, which has revealed that 9.3% of from a sample of 2,789 students were not able to download material sent by the institute or study online. Only 34.1% of them had internet connection, which is good enough for attending online classes. But actually speaking, there are a huge, about 90% students were not able to download the study materials which were sent by their teachers. And as Professor Nagaraj has already pointed out, this public-private dichotomy is very clear in the institutional participation in online. Many teachers have lost jobs also in the private institutions and contractual government teachers, and they have also living a life with miseries because without any financial support and help. And in India, actually, 1.5 million schools have been closed due to the pandemic, affecting 286 million children from pre-primary to secondary levels, and out of which 49% are girls. So there are many ways of impacting these digital platforms. Actually speaking, that Government of India and state governments have put in place several initiatives through digital and non-digital platforms to facilitate continuity of learning at homes. Diksha Patel and Doordarshan and Swayam Prabha TV channels and the National Repository of Open Education Resources, alternate academic calendar, etc. All these platforms are now it's more visible. And however, the globally, if we say that 72% of school children are unable to access remote learning, and those who belong to the poorest of the households. And why I am saying that, there was no preparedness. Even during RT days, it could have been at least thought of and prepared. As per the 75th round of National Sample Survey conducted during July, during 2017 and 18, only just 4.4% of rural households had a computer against 14.4% in the urban areas, which is also not very good figure. And with just 14.9% rural households having access to the internet against 42% households in the urban areas. So there is a huge rural-urban divisions. Even if there is a problem in the urban children also, among urban children also, it is not a very high figure that they have access to technology and internet. And also, apart from that, there is a strong regional variations. For the child in urban Himachal Pradesh, for example, where internet penetration is higher than 70%, and they are most likely to attend this Zoom classes and digital textbooks, etc. But in child in rural Odisha, where less than 6% of the households have internet facilities. So such questions also need to be taken into consideration while the government will frame the policies. This would also take into consideration these rural, urban, and regional variations. It cannot be formulated in a pan-Indian scenario. And also, we always say that, for example, now these different applications like Google Classroom, Zoom, Easy Class, GoToMeeting, Remind, etc., are happening as a ocean of different kind of applications. But nobody has exact expertise to access to this sudden switch over to technology. Even the teachers are not exactly oriented. In many schools also, they are not oriented how to access this technology. So therefore, actually speaking, that whole variations and the differences is strongly felt between these offline and online classes. And I have already pointed out about these rural-urban divisions. And rural area students do not have the required infrastructure or financially strong to avail the resources required for digital education. In a country like India, rural population is much higher compared to the urban counterparts, despite the fact that they are their access to technology is extremely low. So, in fact, I can say that whether these different partners in the system, as discussed by Professor Padma and others, like whether it is parents, teachers, states, or other stakeholders like markets, etc. But in fact, I don't actually speaking, even there is collaboration or whether there are differences and who will take the primary role, who will take over. But despite all that, we don't have the basic infrastructure, we don't have access to technology. So in fact, unless these are ensured and these kind of, when the schools are closed and there is remote possibility that schools will open in full pace, then in fact the debates on different stakeholder issues, that who should be given the primacy or not, actually speaking, will be, can be thought of, unless it cannot be thought of unless they will be given proper access to the infrastructure. And the national internet access, with about 55% of homes having such facilities, and Himachal Pradesh and Kerala are the only two other states where more than half of the households have internet. So there is a clear-cut regional variations in accessing the technology, in technology provisions and technology stakeholders. And at the other end of the spectrum is Odisha, where only 1 in 10 homes have internet. I'm just giving some examples of more much less access. So there are 10 other states like Odisha with less than 20% internet penetration, including states with subprime hubs such as Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, also have less than 20% internet penetration. So these also are saying that except few states, very less number of states have access to technology. And this is also like even in Odisha, almost 63% of homes in the top urban internet facilities, and however the having the internet facilities is so data, and this shows that 20% of Indians above and basic digital access to double to just
Sir, Pardesh sir, I see that the audibility is, madam is disconnected.
Yeah, madam, good
So what shall
morning,
we do,
madam.
sir?
And good, good
So please
afternoon.
proceed, sir. So when you want me to
I
speak,
think, ma'am,
yeah.
madam, I think, shall we, complete all the presentation? After that, we shall invite question paper, or we should go one by one?
Yes, yes, sir. Fine. As you wish, sir. As you wish. As you say, no problem, sir. We will
Why
have the
I'm saying,
questions later. Maybe
because
madam
it
is
may
also
go,
not here. Yes. Yeah.
yeah,
Because the
yeah.
connectivity is
At a
also
go,
lost,
we'll
no?
complete the
So and
presentation
Madam Ankur
part.
is also
Yes,
here.
yes,
Already
yeah.
we are running
So
a little
we'll,
late, so I think we can move ahead with it. So shall I introduce Madam, sir? Then you will also have.
yeah,
I think
yeah, madam. We should have second
Madam has.
presentation.
Should we start with the other presentation, or should we call her and check? Should we call Madam because she has lost her connection
Madam,
now?
I think she has lost her connection.
Okay.
I think we should go ahead with second presentation.
Okay.
When she comes, we will continue with her presentation
Okay.
after madam's
All right.
presentation. Okay.
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 Ankur, Madam. Yes. Okay. Right. Madam, Ankur, Madam, is it fine? Shall we move ahead with your presentation?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm fine.
Shall I introduce? Shall I take a few minutes to introduce?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just take 2 minutes. And it's been a really wonderful experience with you, in the sense the moment we wrote to you, you had an interest in this topic, and it was nice of you to accept our invitation. And also we understand that you have worked a lot in this area. I also, for the benefit of the participants, I think I will take a few minutes to introduce Madam. Madam Ankur Madan is currently Associate Professor, School of Education, Azim Premji University, Bangalore. And also I would like to state that we have a project which is granted by the Azim Premji University. So it's nice to have the parent university with us here. And Madam, we are extremely thankful to you that you have accepted and be part of the program now. Madam has worked and has already worked in the Department of Psychology at Christ University, and later she has moved over to Azim Premji University. Madam has coordinated several training programs for senior faculty, and also have served as curriculum review coordinator for the department. Madam is also actively involved in the student mentoring program, and I'm sure she has a lot of ground realities to share with us. And she has been a resource person for several workshops nationally and internationally, and which are very important for the teachers and the students, particularly on topics related to adolescence and creative learning. She has also taught in the American University of Kuwait for quite a long time. And Madam, I'm sure you are having a very important role in the Azim Premji University as well. And Madam is involved in the teaching of courses on child development and education, and is involved in the research on the areas of integrated education for children with learning disabilities. So Madam has a wide area of specialization, and she's more into the active learning. So Madam, we are thankful to you, and we really look forward to your presentation. And I leave it to leave the space to you, and Madam. And I also request Parida sir, if in case you wanted to speak, you please proceed, sir, and please take charge of the session, please.
Yeah. Yeah, madam. Let madam complete the presentation. Then we'll invite another panelist. After that, we'll invite questions, madam.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Aruna, for inviting me to be part of this webinar. I would like to just say that I am not a sociologist. I come from the background and discipline of child development and some understanding of education, and my areas of work are largely now inclusive education and child development and adolescence. And I'm very grateful to be part of this webinar. And I would think that Professor Sarangpani's talk laid sufficient theoretical ground for what I want to say, except that my argumentation comes from my discipline, which is child development. So I really feel now that I don't have to push very hard in making my arguments or making them reach out to you, except that being among sociologists, one feels a little, intimidated. But I will nevertheless say what I have to. In my talk, I will largely be examining parental participation and engagement in children's education. I will also be briefly speaking about why I think that the narrow conceptions about learning contribute to a parent-school-teacher relationship that is skewed in a certain direction, and how the experience help us in correcting this imbalance. That's pretty much what I heard. And excuse me if my presentation or my talk sounds like a series of bullet points, because that's how it's going to be largely. I'm not sure if I'll be able to elaborate on everything, but I will hopefully make it coherent for you. So I would like to begin definitely by saying that parents have always been deeply interested and invested in their children's education. While this may be considered to be in some ways a middle class phenomenon, the aspirations of social mobility have prompted parents even from the lower socioeconomic backgrounds to seek what one may term as good quality school education for their children. However, the parent engagement in children's education has largely been in areas of school selection, of fulfilling the financial obligations, and hence, therefore, in some ways, being able to determine the kind of curriculum, the kind of facilities that children would be able to avail of. They have also been deeply involved in the day-to-day activities of the children's school, that is supporting and supervising homework, helping children's preparation for examinations, attending PTMs, perhaps supporting co-curricular activities of the children. But to a large extent, all of this participation has been in complying with school demands, whether it is related to just cooperating with the running of the day-to-day school activities, or of course in arranging of funds. However, parents are deeply concerned with their children's achievement and school performance, and that I think is something that we all know. And one sees to varying degrees parents putting all kinds of academic pressure, setting strict routines of study, determining the kind of coaching their children will receive, and participating in discussions about their career goals, particularly with respect to older children, that is adolescents, and therefore exercising what one may term as all forms of parental control, which is seen more perhaps in the aspirational middle class than the other social classes. Such kind of parental control has been criticized by Western researchers and has sometimes been referred to as helicopter parenting. However, studies in the Indian context have shown that this kind of control that parents seemingly exercise on children is not necessarily considered undesirable or is resented by the children or the adolescents particularly. In fact, they find that this kind of parental control helps them to be supported and guided through this extremely competitive world of higher education space that our country has. And hence, it is not necessarily such a bad thing to be controlled in that sense by the school. By the parents. And of course, there is enough empirical evidence to show across the globe that parents' role in determining their children's success in school is very, very well established. We know that invested parents or interested parents contribute to their children's learning and well-being immensely. Now I'd like to move a little bit towards parents' relationship with the school per se. So while I have just sort of laid ground on how invested parents clearly are in their children's education, I would like to say that while parents certainly are an important part of this parent-child-teacher triad. And I'm happy that Padma referred to the state as being one of the stakeholders. I'm leaving the state out right now. I'm talking about school and parents, and therefore the parent-child-teacher triad. The relationship actually between the home and school has been fairly hierarchical. And this hierarchy is clearly more visible for parents who belong to the lower socioeconomic classes because, and I'm not just going to talk a little bit about that, the flow of information that happens from parents to school is clearly in one direction. It is always directed from school to home. Information from parents is usually sought only when schools anticipate problems in the home situation. Other than that, parents are not consulted for anything with respect to conversations about determining what the child will study, how the child will study, or accommodating individual needs of children. So there are no conversations that happen in this manner such that this entire dynamic of the relationship is very, very skewed in the direction of the school rather than the child. And therefore, parents as, in a sense, holders are not really aware of how they can participate in this whole dynamic of the parent and school relationship. They clearly have no awareness or agency in determining what role they can play in this whole thing beyond complying with the school demands. I feel that part of the problem lies with the way in which we imagine or way in which the conceptions of learning are organized. And I'm very happy that Professor Sarangpani also made a reference to that, and I completely endorse her view, and hence I feel that my job is easier. So the conceptions or the narrow conceptions of learning are, we are all aware of this, are reduced to the motions of adhering to rigid, predetermined, inflexible curricula, excelling in examinations, attending classes regularly, learning only using textbooks and guidebooks that are prescribed by schools, or the state curricula, developing interests and participation even in co-curricular activities that are offered by the school and not outside of that. And all of these activities are clearly very, very school-centric, and hence the dynamic being skewed in a certain direction. What is it that we haven't paid attention to, right? What we haven't paid attention to is that there are several kinds of rituals and activities that may be part of any daily life of a household that are clearly not valued for their contribution to children's learning. Just the fact that homes and families provide a secure and nurturing home environment to the children, and also the skills, the capabilities, the emotional bonding that parents can teach or pass on to their children in different forms of apprenticeship, which can range from teaching carpentry and masonry skills or farming, or even reading books together, or participating in playing games together, board games, cooking meals together, practicing different kinds of art forms, following rituals, community or neighborhood, or encouraging peer and sibling relationships are things that have been kept out of the education system. We have never really been able to value them as being in any ways important in children's development. And that's largely because we have focused on the cognitive aims of education, and the developmental aspects of affective and behavioral capabilities are clearly not considered to be as being worthy aims of education. Hence, the well-rounded personality aspects that the home can actually contribute to have been completely ignored in this whole dynamic. In addition to that, I also feel that the differential pathways to learning, the individual differences in children's learning needs, the importance that the contextual aspects learning or styles of learning that children bring have been completely missing from this conception of learning. We have never really been able to incorporate or bring this discourse of learning. More so, something that several of you made references to, the idea of cultural and social capital or the economic capital that a certain social class brings to it. We know very well that the education system clearly favors the values and resources that are possessed by this elite or the middle class, and hence those lower social classes are clearly at a disadvantage as far as the resources that they bring into it, or the cultural capital that they can bring into this, and that I think is irrespective of the social class differences. And then, of course, because this is so, we find that there is clearly a correlation between the social class and educational achievement, and that is empirically established. We very well know that socioeconomic background plays a part in determining children's achievement at school. Now, what has changed due to the pandemic, right? Now, I'll just take a pause and talk a little bit about that, but I know that a lot has already been said, so I'm not going to repeat any of that, and we're all very, very aware of what the pandemic has done to it, but I'm going to focus only on this dynamic, the child, parent, and school relationship, and focus only that. Well, parents have obviously had to suddenly deal with this complete change, which I think Dr. Nagaraju also referred to as the convergence of home as a classroom, or the domestication of the classroom. So I must admit. So I think parents suddenly have to deal with the idea of, the online mode of classes wherever they are happening. They have also had to deal with issues of keeping their children occupied, keeping children away from devices of all kinds. And that, I think, is one of the biggest challenges that they've had to deal with. And in all of this, dealing with their own challenges of working from home and loss of livelihood and changes in their lifestyles and adapting to all of that. So clearly it has not been an easy situation for anyone. And then in homes where virtual mode of classes are actually happening, clearly the boundaries between the home and school have diffused. Parents are suddenly forced to participate in the day-to-day affairs of the children's education, like attending their classes, being there physically present in front of the screen while all of this is happening, and hence taking much, much greater responsibility for the children's learning than they have been afforded before. And suddenly the flow of information now is also happening in the reverse direction. So it is also happening from home to school rather than just from school to home. Needless to say, it has not been an easy ride for teachers either, and a lot has been said about that. But with the change in this dynamic, I think the teachers' reliance on parents has been much greater. Teachers have to rely on parents like never before. Also, the fact that they are intimidated by the fact that they are under constant surveillance, being watched by parents and being judged, and and hence are on the defensive, and the fact that now nobody prepared us for any of this, which I think is a huge thing, that nobody prepared any of us to deal with this sudden shift in the way we had to look at school education for our children. Just move on. Feels that there is perhaps a feeling of lack of trust and inability to cope with this shifting dynamic of the relationship. Having said that, I would think that there are clearly several positive examples of how families are now spending far more time with one another, participating in activities and learning things together, developing hobbies and interests, doing all kinds of interesting creative stuff that they never really had the time to practice before, or it had been left behind in the rigmarole of running day-to-day life routines. So for many families, it has been an opportunity of self-exploration, self-discovery, and has led to several positive experiences. But it has clearly not been a rosy picture everywhere. We know that, and the stories that one hears about children now being vulnerable to falling out of the formal school system, I think is a real risk, and we need to pay attention to that. And not to forget, I think very, very significantly, that the school is a very secure and safe place for many children. It is a form of escape from all forms of abuse and exploitation. It is a place which provides the nutrition that many children are deprived of. It is also, of course, a space for opening up the child's worldview, forming peer relationships, and developing holistic personality. So one would never want to say that, the lack of school in the child's life is in any way contributing to or is not being missed. So I would say that at all. And one hopes that children will return to the school life, but I also hope that there will be a certain readjustment that will happen in the way we look at the parent-school or the parent-teacher relationship. And that is what I hope is a lesson that we might learn from this pandemic. But that will not happen if we continue to imagine learning in this narrow sense, or the conception of learning remains the way it has been, which is school-centric and textbook-oriented and examination-oriented, and is determined entirely by the school. So I would think that the pandemic has clearly forced us to look at home as a significant space for learning, which I think now duly needs to be recognized and appreciated by the school and the education system. And here, of course, by school, I'm also referring to the state, right, which is what Padma was alluding to in her talk. So we also need to reimagine the dynamics and the contours of this relationship, and hope that there is a certain paradigm shift that happens, which lasts beyond the pandemic. So we should not forget what all of this, the pandemic is hopefully teaching us, and that this is a lasting change that happens. I also feel that we should seriously begin to see parents as knowledge partners, right to have a say in what children should learn, how they should learn, and their participation should be collaborative as equal partners, and not necessarily, as Padma was saying, and I think that's very important, that we are not expecting that parents would replace teachers. So no, they will play their part as parents, but be considered and recognized as equal knowledge partners in their children's education. And this can only happen when, one, parents are sensitized to their right to participate in such kind of decision making, and the relationship between the parents and school becomes much more equal. At the same time, schools should teach parents as equal partners, and on their part, I think parents should also begin to appreciate and be far more empathetic to the teacher's work and do their bit, walk the distance in developing a trusting relationship between parents and the school. And of course, this, I feel, can certainly not happen unless we begin to appreciate the forms of knowledge that parents bring to the table and can contribute to developing this understanding, or that contributes to the holistic development of the child. So parents' role should not be limited to fulfilling school demands all the time. They should have a say in the education that the child gets. The local forms of knowledge, the folk forms of knowledge that contribute to learning of disciplines of science and mathematics, languages, should all be duly recognized now. And the contribution that parents can make to children's developing what are referred to as metacognitive abilities and empathy perhaps should be valued, so they contribute to an overall holistic development of children. And I also feel that we need to develop learning roles that are developmentally appropriate and take into consideration differential pathways of learning. For instance, children with special needs I think parents are a very, very important contribution to this. And in conclusion, I will just say that with all my optimism, I hope that this pandemic, while it has, brought much diversity and posed unsurmountable challenges to varying degrees in all our lives, I would still like to believe that it will force us to rethink and reimagine several aspects of the way in which we have thought about education all this while, and will shake us out of this comfort zone, and one of which is perhaps this dynamic between parents and school, or parents and teachers. And I hope that the post-pandemic world will be different, at least in this respect. Besides many others, one would hope that there are many lessons to learn. Thank you. I'm done.
So, Parida sir, Madam, thank you very much. Parida sir, would you like to take over? Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for your nice presentation. Ma'am, what I'm thinking, Aruna ma'am, shall we continue the next presentation? So
okay,
we'll complete all the presentations.
Yes, sir. Fine. Okay.
After
Madam
that, I'll just moderate all those. Then we'll invite questions.
Okay,
I think that would be fine.
Fine. Okay, so then I think we'll move ahead with inviting our speaker. Right, sir. Madam, thank you.
Madam Palta Singh has joined again.
Yeah, shall we ask her to rejoin and speak if she would like to complete? Let she complete. Is that okay, sir? Because she left midway. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Ankur, madam, it was really an interesting talk, and thank you. I'm sure Parida sir would carry over the discussion, so I'm leaving it to him. But we had a very wonderful listening session. Thank you. And Madam Tatvamasi Palta Singh, madam, are you around? Can we have your talk? Because I know we missed your talk in between. I think she's there. Okay, sir, I think she has left again.
Yeah.
So it's all right. So we will
invite the next president.
Joins again, then we will ask her, sir. Otherwise, I think we can move ahead with the next speaker, Madam Pachiamal. Madam, are you around?
Yes,
Madam, can you bring yourself? Okay, right, madam. Yeah. Hello, madam. Actually, I would like to introduce a very interesting and speaker, different from the usual speakers. Madam Pachiamal is a trained graduate teacher from the public school here. I'm sure she had been listening to all the speakers from morning, and she would have her own viewpoints. And she's the person on ground when we really talk about the challenges. Of course, I think probably many of us would be parents and probably doing research, but otherwise, I think there are very few ground level workers, ground level people here, sir. As you are the warriors, Corona warrior again. So, madam, we would really be happy if you could share your experience with us. And I also would like to add on a few things. Madam is a very active person in the Azim Prem University circle. They have a team of teachers wherein they work on the syllabus, they work on how to engage the children, and even during the COVID, they have been very, very active in terms of giving orientation to the children in terms of handwriting. When she spoke to me, she said, how they made use of the time and children could reimagine themselves. So they actually move away from the the traditional role, and also I think teachers also share the role of the parent too, to some extent, and they have been a very impressive set of teachers, and she's been one among them, and she is from our local community here. So, madam, we look forward for your your interaction, your sharing of experience, and this is one moment which we really get on hand, the real situation. Madam, can you please proceed? We would like you to talk. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, one and all. It's a great pleasure for me to take part in this webinar program, and my heartfelt thanks to the Department of Sociology for giving this opportunity to share the responsibilities and challenges on teaching during COVID-19. Actually, this world has never faced this pandemic situation. Instead of saying pandemic, we can say a very fearsome situation throughout the world. And no one knows how and where to go with this COVID. It terribly reversed the entire day-to-day life of humans. Precisely saying we have not faced this kind of fearing situation for the 3 to 4 generations, which is approximately saying for the past 100 years. And in this unexpected pandemic, the education and health factors are the most affected area. In this present pandemic situation, education and educating both literally behind the big question mark throughout the world. Being a school teacher, I'm here to highlight the pros and cons of school education. Speaking with teaching responsibilities, the classification which I propose primary, middle, and higher secondary level. Starting with primary level, the responsibilities of teaching syllabus is minimal, and we have to agree that. But we are in the targeting position to deliver the importance of safety measures, how to prevent and protect ourselves from this COVID-19, and to educate the students about proper nutrition. Not stopping with that, few teachers taken the furthermore initiative and utilize the social media like WhatsApp, Google, whichever the way they use to reach the students in order to develop their co-curricular activities. And few more teachers reach their students in person, and of course with precautions, extended moral support, encourage the reading of the students by offering some interesting storybooks. In Tamil, we named it as Veedi Vaguppareigal. And they had a friendly discussion with the parents and with the students and educated them how to face and how we have to be very much precautioned during this situation, and how to come out from the mental depression. We are on the responsibility of taking care of the kids first. So this kind of personal discussion encourage the kids to stay away from the fear of this pandemic. Likewise, in the middle school level, along with the responsibilities given to the primary kids, our foremost responsibility is to educate the kids about self-protection, that is from abusement, both physically and mentally. Many children crushed to the corner of health and feelings during this pandemic, mainly no food, no money, and jobless parents. As a teacher, we teachers taken the responsibility offering daily necessities and ensured, if not 3 meals, at least a meal a day taken by the kids. By extending such mental support, we taken back the children's concentration towards education. If not to 100%, at least we can proudly say to an average extent. And here I would like to quote that teachers from different designations, even HM, utilize the means of social media and coach their students truly. In this pandemic situation, instead of teaching, reaching the students is the most prior activity for teachers like us. This way of support also taken by heart by the students, and willingness of students' participation augmented day by day, of course, along with the parents' support. And next, this academic performance. It's playing a vital role in high and higher secondary level because there are ongoing board exams, which is also pressurizing students because they have not taken any classes They don't know how to put forth all their views, and they don't have any guidance. Students, parents are not well educated, not giving attention to the kids in education because they don't know. Of course, we cannot blame them. This pandemic not only given the fearing of examination for the students alone, teachers has been feared, parents has been feared because the syllabus has not been taught. The whole world locked down from March. Actually, during March, we have not expected that this COVID will be prolonged for such a long duration. So at that point, only the previous academic students affected. That is how to take exams, when to take exams, and when they will be released from school, and how they will be moving forward to their career life. But now the situation has been widened by the government, and the students have relieved, and they have been taken further steps. But in fact, only after that, we have been given importance to the present academic students. Then only it strikes us how we are going to go through these academic students towards the examination. Because when we started this academic year, there were no books and no students. So we don't know how to perform with teaching for higher secondary students. So in order to fill the gap, we teachers initiated various activities. And in this point, we reach the students by giving some informative training and educating through arts. We felt the easiness of students, and we keep in touch with our students from the beginning of this academic year. And last month we received the textbook. So when we received the textbooks, starting the educating point is getting is slowly we started taking the syllabus portions. Even though we started, we are not very sure about the exact portion the students will be taking for the exams. Um, though we are not sure about the portions to be taken for the exams, we have taken the responsibility in sharing the textbook knowledge to the students. So after receiving the textbooks, many teachers started taking classes. And now the situation is furthermore improvised as the school has been reopened for their doubt clearing. So it is also very helpful. The students are showing their interest, and they themselves reading with the help of this new form of class taking. They are slowly getting adopted, which is also giving some relief for us. Moving before moving for the challenges faced by us, I would like to share some pictures and videos which I have been involved with the students during this corona period. Let me share the videos and pictures. Hope you will be enjoying it. But please excuse me, I am not very much familiar with this Google Meet. Let me try. Madam, is it visible? Hello?
Yes, madam, I can see the handwriting paper. Yeah, the paper
Hello?
with. Yes, madam. Madam, can you hear
Madam?
me?
Yes, visible.
Okay,
Please carry on.
Okay. Actually, we created a WhatsApp group to improvise our students' handwriting. That is calligraphy group for our students during this corona period. And this is some sample handwriting of our students. That is improvised handwriting of our students. And in this point, I would like to thank Mr. Bhupati that is a teacher from Tamil Nadu. He is rendering this valuable service to all the government school students at free of cost. After 7 days training, our students' handwriting has been improvised like this. So I am very much happy to show this to you. And we also conducted puppetry show for our students during this pandemic period. And this
I think there was some problem so that she would join back soon maybe. Somebody was
Madam,
overlapping the presenting, so somehow it got a little.
Aruna madam, Madam
she's out.
Pushpamati Palta
Yes.
Singh, Professor
Yes.
Palta Singh madam is there still?
Looks like that.
Yes, I'm there.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
Can I
Madam.
resume or?
Yeah,
Yes,
madam,
please.
madam, you please continue and please complete your presentation.
Sure.
Madam,
Please let me know
Madam,
till what time I was presenting.
Madam, you have 10 minutes more. You have 10 minutes more. Around 10 minutes you have with you.
Okay.
Around 5 to 10.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, please continue, madam.
Yes, sure. Actually, I was talking about the access to technology that many of the national capital
you are talking about the regional variances and how rural area students are facing some problems. You are talking about those. Yeah.
Fine. So, in fact, gender concerns also I was discussing. I hope you have heard about gender concerns.
Yes. You are talking about gender.
Okay. During this sudden shift to online education, teaching domestic sphere has to be given importance. Online teaching. So, the reproductive world of domestic sphere operates in a patriarchal manner where the girls, no matter whether their students are expected to perform the certain household core, and always there is a more access to the digital technology among the boys compared to the girls. So, lack of learning environment, we have also discussed that e-learning is likely to witness a high dropout. Lack of learning environment for studying, students might tend to get distracted at home. Successful delivery of education is also in question. And as I was pointing out, that there should be authenticity of supplying of the learning materials. Now, learning materials are flooding everywhere. So, we need to know what learning materials to be provided to the students and what not. The authentication of the educational materials can be questioned. E-learning will always provide the students with different information in different ways. So, but which is more applicable to them should be authenticated, but we do not have such kind of mechanisms so far. So, examination also is a big issue. The transition from face-to-face teaching to the online delivery also has serious implications because of the assessment and the evaluation. Even those universities, even in higher learning level also, the examination conduction is a bit challenging task. So, school education school education also requires more such kind of preparedness. So that apart, actually speaking, there is a need for developing a purposeful and well-defined online course, because the existing syllabus may not be applicable and mostly not applicable for online taking classes. Now, some of the governments are thinking of reducing the syllabus size and making it compact, which can match with the online teaching learning process. So that apart, access and equity, I have already pointed out that we should not forget the fact that many of our students live in small apartments, say for example in Bombay and Dharavi slums, and if there are 2 school-going children, they don't have any space for their teaching. They don't have any teaching learning space. So such kind of environment may not be applicable for digital learning. In addition to this, the privacy of the family members also need to be taken. Many other activities simultaneously going on. So digital learning cannot be just imposed without giving such basic facilities and connectivity issues, and building the digital education infrastructure by the government of India presently appears to be difficult due to lack of budget. Also, there is a very little budget allocation for primary education, and
Professor, your
remote
line is not clear.
learning is
We are not able to hear you properly, madam.
On the reliable power supply and ample internet connectivity.
Madam, there is a bad internet connection, it seems. We are not able to hear you, madam. Aruna madam. Aruna madam. Hello. Tattwamasi madam, can you hear me? Professor Tattwamasi? Can you hear me, madam? Aruna madam. Aruna madam. Aruna madam.
Sir?
Please unmute your mic. Yeah.
Yes.
It seems Professor Tattwamasi madam has, lost her connection. The line is not good.
Yes, sir.
We are not able to
Can you hear me?
Now only we heard you, madam. Your line is not correct.
I'll bind up in another few minutes. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I hope you are able to hear me now. Okay, actually speaking, more than what I was telling about that. Yes. Actually, we always talk about that digital literacy can be promoted, but in our situation, in fact, more than 1 in 5 Indians above 7 years of age cannot read and write in any language. So this is the situation. Though the literacy rate has drastically improved, but it has not come down to the quality education. Where actually speaking, only now we have about 77% people who are literate, but but their comprehension skill is very limited. So it is very difficult to provide the online platform education.
Okay. It seems that problem is still continuing, madam.
This is some of the hiccups.
Network is still there.
Yeah, okay. And then actually speaking, the infrastructure issues I was talking about, a laptop is a better device for online classes, but it can be in the availability of such devices with the students.
No problem, madam. In fact, we got your presentation.
So
Most of
access
your
and
presentation, we got it. So no problem, and I'll try to moderate what you spoke later on. So let us go to the next presenters. Is it okay?
okay.
Thank you, madam, for your nice presentation.
Sure. Yeah,
So
yeah.
if
I just want to take 2 minutes.
okay,
Okay, just binding up 2 lines. Okay.
oh,
So
okay,
what
madam.
could be the outcome and preparedness?
Yeah.
Are you hearing? Are you
Yes,
able
yes,
to
we are
listen to
hearing
me?
you, madam. Yeah. We are listening to you, madam.
Actually, the pandemic has pushed. Okay, fine. The pandemic has pushed the world to drastically reinvent ways of coping with the so-called new normal, and it is critical to understand the short and long-term impact and future measures. So we need to think that can India emerge from this crisis with a refreshed perspective as far as school education is concerned. So it is also important to develop a robust online platforms giving digital access to an Indian scenario across caste class, beyond caste class and gender boundaries. And yet in a developing country like India with vast disparity in socioeconomic backgrounds of students and the quality of educational institutions, the shift has not been very easy. The digital divide has been further widening the gap and needs urgent attention from both public and private sector players as the crisis continues. Actually speaking, the private players are in an advantaged position compared to the public players because they have more resources, more access to technology, and more orientation and training. So trained teachers, refreshed curricula, and effective tools will ensure students stay involved in the active teaching learning process. And also, we also all of us experience a very unfortunate shrinking economy. It is also a witness across the globe and especially in the Indian context. The economy has taken a severe hit and its ripples can be felt in the future also. While many students will look for alternative paths, the pandemic is leaving others in a midpoint and many students may likely to drop out. So it is extremely important to get the access to dropout information. Otherwise, some of them will not see the light of the institutional educations everywhere because it will affect their next level of education, which is secondary and higher education. So public and private institutions may be under threat of reduced funding. On the flip side, the pandemic could also prompt reform in fee structures and creation of more cost-effective which can be thought of and which includes both public as well as private. So in fact, we post-pandemic scenario situation will not absolutely normalize. The parents may regret and the schools also feel more comfortable. Private sectors also, they want their fee structure to be acquired. So given the situation, there could be a situation that schools will open, but the pandemic situation may not be normal. So this situation need to be taken into consideration very seriously. Whether school is prepared to practice all health and hygienic practices, the teachers should be fully oriented and the students should be also concerned about how to maintain all kinds of precautions during the post-pandemic situation. It may not be completely withered away because as we know that in many developing countries this pandemic situation has recurred again. It has come back even after some period of gap period. So it is not that it's completely withered away. So such issues need to be taken into consideration very seriously. And we also think of that some of the good initiatives, irrespective of the different state governments, whoever is leading government in whichever state, the party affiliations, forgetting the party affiliations, we need to take some good practices from different states. As we already pointed out that some states are performing well in digital technology, some states are not performing well. So those who are performing well in whichever parameters, they need to be consulted and there could be some kind of collaboration in giving the tips for good practices so that other states can also come together and practice such kind of things. So I'll give you the examples that our in Odisha, the state government, just giving the example of Odisha, that the state mass education, state school and mass education minister has already announced that out of 60 lakh students, only 20 lakh students have access to technology during this lockdown. So they have only got access to the teaching learning process. That means more than 60% of students have not got access to online teaching. That means they do not know what has happened during this last 6 months. So it's a matter of serious concern and very alarming situation. So then we should be prepared, irrespective of the stakeholdership, whether it is parent, teachers, or states. So we should be prepared for this digital teaching learning process, and multidisciplinary and modular pedagogy and transferable skills can also be introduced with the consultation of some of the experts. So post-pandemic period could see a blend of e-learning and mainstream face-to-face teaching with a boost from traditional teaching learning process. Our education, especially at primary level sector, should be prepared with such kind of transformation. I think I have covered most of the point. Thank you very much for your patience hearing, and I am extremely sorry for the digital divisions in different parts. I am in Sambalpur district, so here connectivity issue is also there. So I apologize for the for me being disconnected. Thank you so much.
Sir, sir, madam.
Thank you, madam.
Sir, madam Pachimal is also.
Is she there, madam?
Sir, yes, madam Pachimal is there.
Yes, yes, I am there.
Madam Pachimale, you can please conclude your presentation. Yeah. Please conclude your presentation, madam.
Is also. Is not, the connectivity is lost.
There is a connectivity problem, madam, here also.
So we can wind up the session then, because we will not be able to. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Friends, in the very first technical session, we had 3 papers. The first paper was presented by Professor Tatwamasi Palta Singh from Sambalpur University. She was presenting on school education during COVID-19, responses and preparedness. And the second paper was presented by Professor Ankur Madan from Azim Premji University. Her topic was on child development. And third paper was presented by Ms. Pachimale. She was talking about responses and challenges of COVID-19 from her own practical, experiences. So let me initially, moderate three papers, and after that, I'll put forth my, own observation, and then I'll invite some questions from the audiences. Then we'll wind up the session. Is this right, madam? Is this right, Aruna ma'am?
Sir, yes, sir. Fine, sir. Proceed, sir.
Yes,
Madam Pachimal has also joined. If in case you want to ask her something, you can also do that. She now her connectivity.
Okay, fine. If there is any question from madam's paper, I'll definitely, ask ma'am to clarify. Thank you. So to begin with, Madam Palta Singh, in fact, her paper is more, revolved around the factual issues, the practical issues. In fact, she started where Madam Padma left with regard to right to education. And her paper is talking about how more clarity is needed with regard to right to education issues. In fact, she's saying like how this right to education is not properly, implemented by the government of India. Thereby, we are facing some problems at this moment. And she, in fact, narrated several problems there. How we are, unable to, inject some proper, experiences, some proper solution to the right to education, that issues. And then she tried to talk about, she tried to, discuss about the problems during the online education. And there she was trying to highlight what is physical. I mean, how there is a difference between physical classroom teaching and this online mode of or blended kind of teaching process. And she was saying like nobody can replace, this physical classroom. Importance of physical classroom is immense, and there we have the kind of interaction with students, okay, with people. So nobody can replace that. But then this is a kind of emergency situation everybody has to face. So thereby, she tried to highlight a private school vis-a-vis government school, a kind of understanding. And then she's saying like how private school is somehow is facing some challenges than government school, because somewhere teachers are not paid perfectly, properly, because students are not coming, thereby you don't get that much amount of fees or something, right? And she then tried to highlight like some kind of instrument. Say for example, when you are talking about online education, you should be sufficient enough with all those instruments, those infrastructure, those facilities. Thereby she is saying like how, I mean, it's very, very difficult for each and every child to arrange mobile phone. And if you don't have internet connection, then you are out of those kind of education or process of teaching. So what she is trying to say, like we should, I mean, somewhere we need to have some kind of preparedness. We should concentrate more on this kind of preparedness. We are not prepared at all for this kind of unprecedented situation. Okay, and at the same point of time, she also narrated some kind of regional variances, how things are not unique everywhere. And she quoted this national sample survey. From there, she tried to, I mean, highlight how in some region people are facing problem. For example, in rural India, how students are facing problem, right? And then she tried to highlight on existing syllabus, how existing syllabus is not fit for the kind of teaching we have at this moment. So after that, she tried to highlight on access and equity. And then again, she tried to highlight on this online platform, how we should have more idea about this online platform. How can we have more preparedness? Basically, we couldn't also hear man's, lecture in between. But basically what her paper is talking here is very, very simple. She has in fact narrated beautifully the kind of preparedness you should have, and the existing situation what we are going to get at this moment, the kind of disparity we have at this moment. Talking from a sociological perspective, like the kind of stratification we have in our society, based on class, based on caste, based on gender. So all those dimensions, she touched, and thereby she is trying to say like how we need, a kind of greater preparation. We should be well adapted with the situation by which we can see this kind of situation, this kind of pandemic, or this kind of unprecedented situation. Uh, the second paper was also very, very interesting. Madam Ankur Madan, basically her specialization is child development. So she tried to connect this child development issue with COVID-19. And she started with her discussion, with her presentation, with like the role of parents in education. And like how our role is very specific. Say for example, we are there only for financial obligation. I'm talking as a parent, how we only we are there only in curriculum facility or school selection, right? Therefore what she's saying is very, very simple. She is saying that parental control is absolutely important for a student's life. And she is saying like parents should guide children in their competitive world. In sociological theory, we have so many, I mean, papers with regard to socialization or process of socialization, and the role of parents, the role of family, the role of kinship, isn't it? So somewhere she is saying that in molding the personality of children, okay, when you try to mold the personality of children, then the role of parent is absolutely essential, imperative. And there, after that, she spoke about parents' relation with school. And there, she highlighted an important issue with regard to this hierarchical kind of understanding. I mean, parents' role in this hierarchical kind of education, or parents in this hierarchical structure, the role of parents in this hierarchical kind of structure. So while saying this, she said that, like, parents, you can say this is a homogeneous group. You can divide I mean, a parent, based on class, based on caste, based on gender, and other dimension. So after that, she tried to again, inject the role of parents. Okay, particularly in understanding school as a space. There, she says, parents are not consulted by school. Somehow, the role of parents are very unique here, and there should be a kind of relationship. School and parents both are they are connected, but here what is understood is, like, parents are not consulted by the school or school management. And after that, please let me tell you that I'm very a bullet kind of, she said so many other things, but I'm trying to make myself as brief as possible due to positive time. After that, her understanding was very simple, because she tried to concentrate on the narrow conception of learning. This is a kind of psychological perspective, and it is very much related with her own specialization, child development. uh, I mean, see, learning is a very broad kind of understanding, broad kind of thing. But what she's saying here is, like, we are there only, I mean, what she says is, the learning is school centric. The kind of education students are getting is very school centric. Like, what you have to do, you have to attend the class 9:30. You have to go at 4:30. 45 minutes class. Teacher will come, teacher will teach, one teacher will go, other teacher will come. So what I understood here, she is referring the value education, perhaps. I mean, in addition to this education, this learning, I mean, somewhere we should also concentrate on the value education, which is very important for the day-to-day, behavioral practices of those children. How do they face the society? How do they understand the society? Simply, this school setting or school centric education is not going to give you everything. This class centric education is not going to give you everything. So thereby, you have to go beyond the school centric education. Therefore, she is saying that somehow we have to concentrate on value education and other things. Therefore, what her paper is concentrating here is that she's saying, what we haven't paid attention is home, emotional bonding, the role of peer group, emotional bonding, or you can say sibling relations, or in sociological language we call society as a whole. How do we understand the interaction process? How do we see the behavior of other member? How do I understand what my fellow peer or fellow friend is expecting from me? So I am not properly trained if I always concentrate on school-centric kind of education. Therefore, the development of personality is very important. So by relating so many other theories, what her paper is concentrating here is, like, somewhere personality development is very important. But what we witness in our present day kind of system, school centric system, is that this personality development highly ignored by this kind of class centric approach. And after this, she is somewhere she tried to interlink all those things with social class versus educational achievement. Please remember, when she says social class, it's not only class. Somewhere caste is also there, somewhere gender is also there. So class as a whole, she meant, like, the broad structure, the broad system vis-a-vis educational achievement. And finally, towards the end, she tried to concentrate on, like, what has changed due to COVID-19. So these are the existing system which we had already there before COVID-19, right? And there things are like a kind of static kind of institutional practices, right? So thereby, it's very, very interesting. Her paper is very, very interesting. What she is saying, what I understood, like, we are not at all dynamic to face this unprecedented situation. Somewhere we are not taught, somewhere we are not flexible enough to go beyond that kind of, a quote unquote college kind of school centric education, that you have to come, you have to go, you have to read this, you have to do this. Okay. Therefore, what she is saying towards the end, very, very interestingly, like why we face this unprecedented situation, because somewhere we are not properly trained, somewhere we are not given that kind of newness, new practices. Okay. Therefore, what she is saying, that parents have to deal with these severe things at this moment, and the role of parent at this moment is immense. It is very, very important, because somewhere, you have to keep your children occupied, and there are some parents also, they have also, they have to go for work, because they have to earn. So they can't give their timings, with their children. Therefore, with their own problem, with the problem of parents, they have to also see their children's performance, they have to also occupy their children. So these are some Herculean tasks, right? And what she says, like, flow of information, how from home to school nowadays, because there was a time when information was coming from school towards home, but now things are reversed. Like what we are witnessing, like reverse migration from urban to rural. So like what she's saying, like flow of information from home to school, thereby your role is now more, secured, your role is now more understood. You have to see that how you have to guide your child, thereby even school can also see your role, or how you are performing your role for your child. uh, and towards the end, she concluded with, in fact, not concluded, she talks about like lack of trust, to cope with the situation, and somewhere, we don't trust each other. School vis-a-vis, parents, we don't trust. There is a gap, between, school and parents, or the role of, parents role in their child's or children's development, and school's role to teach children. In spite of that, what she's saying towards, towards the conclusion, like how many family has, got it as an opportunity. They try to utilize all those, as an opportunity, and they readjusted. So many parents, they readjusted, and in fact, her paper is very, very interesting. Like, she says, like, how pandemic has forced to see home as a significant space. This is very, very important. Home as a space, right? Home as a significant space, right? Because it was not there before the pandemic, but now something different we are facing. And parents knowledge, this is very, very important. Suppose, as I said earlier, like, it's not uniform, it's not homogeneous. Some of them are not, knowledgeable. How do they deal with their children? So that's why she says there are differential pathways, okay, of learning. Like what she says is, there are challenges and there are opportunities. So it's up to us, how do we see. And if this kind of, pandemic happens again, I think it will be now easier, because we saw so many things happening. We knew how do we adapt to a particular situation, right? If because there are so many things I may be also missing here, because of this internet and all of that. But this is briefly, madam's paper is all about. And towards the end, madam's Pachimale, she spoke from her practical experiences. Her paper was, concentrated on responses and challenges of COVID-19. And basically, what she tried to say is like how education and health are mostly affected because of this COVID-19. There are so many other affected sectors, like economy, so many other things. But what she says is like education is very, very important, health is very, very important, and these are highly affected because of COVID-19. And thereby she says like what are the pros and cons of school education. She narrated like how school education is facing, like what my other panelists narrated, and what should be the role of parents. And then she tried to speak like how in fact she was involved in giving some kind of training to students in her school. So as a kind of social activist practices, she helped a lot to the students in her university, and thereby so many students also approached her. She also tried to show some images like how, and she tried to took the help of other teachers. Thereby, practically you can help. It's very, very easy to speak something here in the computer, or you can say so many theoretical kind of habits or theoretical kind of discussion, but it's very, very difficult to go and practically say something to some students, or help somebody practically. So in that sense, big congratulations to Madam Pachimali, and this is what these are something. What my point is that I mean from the very beginning, from Professor Mohanty's introduction till Madam's last presentation, what I witnessed is that most of the speakers are only talking about the challenges. In other words, they are concentrating more on the challenges. But what my point is that yes, we have so many challenges. What I feel is that in spite of those challenges, we have also so much positive impact of COVID-19 on education. Like if you see, when we have moved towards this blended learning, means I'll give my example. Aruna madam, if you please permit me for another 5 minutes, because I know that we are hurry for lunch. Just
It's
another
okay.
5 minutes, madam. After that, if you see the positive impact of COVID-19, you see, as I was saying, if I give my example, we were not that much handy with this technological understanding, or learning about this technology. In a way, if you see in today's society, I'm talking about post COVID-19, there is a kind of major transformation as far as entire technology is concerned. We understood how to use technology. We have in fact seen how technology is important in our day-to-day life, right? And how we are using technology in our learning management system. How we have enhanced the use of soft copy, right? And somehow, I mean, we have seen the role of electronic media in sharing information, right? Because these are something which we are going to witness in the next generation. Okay, the next generation, the next age is going to depend heavily on tech. Therefore, what I say is that yes, there are so many challenges, there are so many problems, there are so many difficulties. As a student of sociology, I very much agree with my co-panelist that yes, we have to see the stratification system, we have to see the power relations in a particular society, but in spite of that, we have to move ahead. And what I feel is that although there are some negative things, although there are some challenges, yet if you see this technology, transformation, I have a hope. I have in fact a ray of hope that somewhere we are now moving forward. So with this, I in fact invite some questions. If anybody has any question, do ask, because our panelists are very much here. You have any question with our panelists, please ask question. You may also ask question to me. Please remember, there are some problems with regard to this technological kind of connectivity issues. So we apologize for that. But what I see here is that we had three.
I think we have lost connectivity. Parida sir. So it looks like we need to end abruptly, but we had a very interesting session. So I request Dr. Mansi to come and give the vote of thanks, because I'm sure I cannot take much time more for myself. I request Dr. Mansi. Dr. Mansi, are you available?
Yes, yes. Thank you
Yes,
so
yes.
much, madam.
Mansi.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Please.
I
And I
hope I
also
am
would like
audible.
to, yeah, one second, Dr. Mansi. I also would like to say a few words to the participants. I know many have left because of the lunchtime, maybe, but then I also want to know the participants know that Dr. Mansi is a very, very participative colleague, and her support has been very important for this webinar as well. And she is also specializing on migration studies, and I'm sure she would also have her word here. Madam Mansi, I now invite you to give the welcome address.
Yeah, thank you so much, madam. Respected Professor Balakrishnan, Dean, Director Studies, Professor Murthy, Dean, School of Social Sciences and International Studies, Professor Bibi Mohanty, Head Department of Sociology, Dr. Aruna, who is also the convener of the meeting, Professor Parida, who is also the moderator of the session, my other colleagues, Dr. Professor Gunam Dasagir, and my other colleagues from the Department of Sociology and outside who are here for participating and contributing for the seminar. Webinar. So I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all those who have participated and contributed for the success of the technical session of day one of the webinar on school education during COVID. And we had three eminent speakers in this session who spoke about varied aspects of school education during COVID-19. And one presentation, the first one had been shifted to the first inaugural session. Professor Padma M. Sarangapani, who spoke about the role of state, teachers, and family in ascertaining the right of education during COVID-19. So I express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Padma Sarangapani to find time and also to contribute well for the webinar. And we had Professor Tatomasi from Sambalpur University, who spoke about the practicalities of education or practicalities of school education during COVID-19. She also spoke about the disparities among the states in digital performance and the gender-related issues, etc. So much, madam, for giving insights on the varied aspects of school education during COVID-19. The next presented was Dr. Angur from Asim Premji University, Bangalore. She spoke about dynamics between parents and the dynamics between teachers and school education, etc. And I would like to express our gratitude to Professor Angur, who contributed extensively for the webinar. Then we had four the first-hand experience of school education, we had Mrs. Ajay Amal, a graduate teacher from Pondicherry, who spoke about challenges in teaching during COVID. She spoke about various aspects of various challenges in teaching, and also it was something which is very specific, because she could bring first this thing hands-in experience. Being a teacher, she brought lots of experience from school, and the difficulty they have been facing in handling the education and ascertaining the education of children during COVID. I would like to thank Dr. Parida who moderate the session, and also who took care of the question and answer section more effectively. And our sincere gratitudes to our sincere gratitudes to all those who participated this section, including Director Studies, then Professor Murthy, then Head of the Department of Sociology, then Professor Gulam, then Dr. Aruna, then all other colleagues from the department and outside, and also our participants from other universities, and also the student friends, including PhD students, MA and integrated students, etc., who participated in this webinar, and also made the session a success. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansi. It was very nice of you. And I also thank all the participants who had stayed through this program. I know it had extended a bit. We started winding up around 1 o'clock, but then it took a lot of time. Thank you all, and we look forward to your participation tomorrow also. So all of those who are staying back, please attend tomorrow also, and also fill up the feedback form so that we will be able to give the participation certificate. I'm sure tomorrow's session will also be very, very informative for all of you. Please join, and thanks for being here. I thank especially Professor Tataswami, who had been here all through the program. Despite the technical hiccups, she had always managed to come back and provide the support that's required. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Dr. Aruna. It has been wonderful listening to all the speakers, and you too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We look forward for your participation tomorrow as well. So whenever there is time, please.
Sure. I'll try. Okay. Should I quit?
Thank you, madam. Yes, please. So I request all of you to join once again
thanks
tomorrow.
A lot.
And now we will end the program. Thank you. Sir, thank you, sir. Balakrishnan, sir, Director, sir. Thank you.